Okay, so well, no one's here quite yet, but sorry about the delay. I'm back now. We were working on this issue with chunks. We're trying to optimize chunks so we have fewer buffer data, fewer draw calls. It'll be better in a lot of ways. And right now it looks like it probably is doing every other, although yeah, I guess it is at the lowest slot. So we're debugging stuff. So we should see every tree right now, and we're only seeing a quarter of the trees we want to see. So if we go back to this here, I don't have this drawn out the best way. It's kind of hard to show. I want to make this painting thing bigger. I'll just really quickly sketch what we're doing, even though probably no one's quite here, but quite back here yet. No, I don't think anyone's watching yet. I'll refresh these tabs. But the idea for anyone watching the past broadcast, I guess, is we want to have it so these are our 4 chunks. We're for this chunk, right? We want to draw all the other chunks. So we're right now only rendering these, and it is doing that, but it's not creating the data for the 3 surrounding chunks. And we want these to not display anything. So it's not displaying anything on these, but this one should be displaying for all 4, right? So that's our issue. Let's get into the code. There's my note to self. And if we look at our chunk builder code, right? We should be doing for a lot is 0, right? So we're doing that somewhere. Not quite there. I don't remember where I'm doing this. For a lot is 0. Triple equal operator, right? Hold on one second, guys. Okay. Where was I doing that? Here. Then we want to increase our chunk size, right? I think maybe here I did something maybe a bit foolish. And this is supposed to be ×2. Perhaps. I don't know why that would be, really. But on the static side of things, that's how we got it to work, right? So we're doing our math.round, then our position, then we're doing chunk size ×2, and then mod 2. So this might help with increasing the size of things. So the other issue, no, that should be right. Yeah, because the rest were returning nothing. Which makes me feel like, well, yeah, let's just see. There might still be a weird offset that we gotta program for. I guess I want to do a hard refresh. I don't think there's a good way for me to update that how I want just in console. And I guess at some point off stream, I'll work on that overlay stuff. Or maybe like at the end of a stream, probably not this one, but at the end of a stream where I want to do it more chill and not intense JavaScript programming. I'll just do some quick stuff where it's just like easy HTML, CSS, a bit of JavaScript for the overlay. And it'd actually be nice if I did it in JavaScript, since I'm always working in console anyway. I can update the overlay just in console, and we'll store like a cookie on localhost. It's fine. And I would just have to say like, because I want the overlay to like sometimes like show on top what I'm working on, what currently working on, things like that. So I can just like, in theory, just say, you know, like update overlay and then like write some sort of string, right? Whoops. With like, you know, blah, and that would update it in some way. Okay. So we see no static entities now. That's not necessarily a. All right, let's log. Hold on. It kind of sucks to do it this way. I guess if I. No, it's not gonna work either. I'm gonna have to keep refreshing this, but at least we fixed some of the refresh issues, so it's not so bad to refresh everything. But I wanna, I guess, log to see if this is ever firing. I feel like this was right the first time. I don't know why I had to multiply them on the main thread. It's very strange. Let's console log what these values are though. That one and this one. And what we should be getting is, how did I fuck that up? Hold on. Oh. Wait, what was that always like that? When did I introduce that? Just now? Okay, just now. Okay, good. So I just forgot to delete this bit here. Right, so now console.log. And then we want to grab these and see what they're doing. Same thing for Z. And what we're ideally going to see is not necessarily in this order, but these would the values. These would be the values logging. So we'd have 0, 0, we'd have 0, 1, we'd have 1, 0, and we'd have 1, 1. Not necessarily in that order, but that's the values that we want to see. We want to see all 4 of those values in some order logging into console. So again, I guess refreshing is the best way to do this right now. Kind of sucks to have to do that so much, but it's okay. It takes so long to load those last bits to get all the files loaded. It's annoying. I can try to call that a little bit earlier, but it won't make that much of a difference. Okay, so that looks correct, which is really, really good. That means if I move my offset on the main thread, we might have a better idea of what's happening. Right, so we have, I don't know why is it if I pause, hold on, what the fuck? This is on the web worker, so pausing the game should have nothing to do with it, but it does? The fuck? The web worker doesn't get paused. But if I pause the game, it changes what's in console, and the stuff in console is supposed to be in the web worker. Does this make any sense? That's on the main thread? Hold on. What the? Folder. This is supposed to be this is definitely in a worker. I feel like Chrome is just freaking out right now. Because it's also not loading the file for us and it's incorrectly saying main thread here. So this might be partially Chrome's fault. Maybe? Or it just happened to line up with alright, and these guys are negative what I was expecting, which is really strange. How can mod 2, I don't understand. How is that possible, right? Any number mod 2, well, I guess if the number was negative, okay, that would be correct. I lied. I was gonna say any number mod 2 shouldn't be that, but I guess if it was a negative number that would do that. Let's just do negative 100 and then mod 2, right? And we have 101. Okay, so that was a bit of a lie. That might be okay though to allow them to go negative. That would just mean on negative axis, instead of setting this one to draw all 3, we'd be doing setting this one. As long as on the main thread and the worker thread they were behaving the same way, then that's not an issue. We have both of our axes negative here. We would also want our size adjust to be negative perhaps, but also it doesn't really matter that much probably, because 0, and I think in JavaScript, even though you can do -0, which is stupid, right? Whoops. -0 and 0 should be the same thing, right? Yeah. So it's logging basically the right values, right? So we have, other than it getting stuck at 0 for some reason, I don't know what's going on with that. But if we look at these, right, we have 1 0, we have 1 1, we have 0 1. We should have 0 0, which we do, yeah. So those are the 4 values we're looking for. So it seems to at least be detecting that a little bit, right? Comment out that line or console log for that. And ideally we'd have a easy way to look at our max size for how large we're drawing these things. I could write some code real quick for detecting our buffer size, or even copy some code that I already have for doing a bounding box. We basically just want to loop it through all the positions and look at the smallest value and the largest value, and get the delta of that, right, for each axis, and that's our bounding box. So look at the utils code. It's probably utils, I'm not 100% sure though. Bounding, maybe it's our model file. Bounding box. We have a calc bounding box function. It's on a prototype of model. I want to have this work on our buffer. Hold on, I have text, but this time I won't have to leave. Okay. I don't want to go through all the effort to make the bounding box, but at least we see that 0 and 1 are logging correctly, so we know that's happening. I kind of don't want to have so on static, I don't want to be doing this renderable stuff, right? I think what I just want to have, I think I want to stop the prepend render always, right? We don't want that right now for this test. I also am not going to do the renderable stuff. I'm going to say if the buffer is not ready, then return. So we're just going to say if that's not the right way to do that either though. Because let me think, what am I trying to accomplish here? I don't want to I don't want things to be invisible because of the static on the main thread as just rendering them invisible. I want the chunk builder to actually be sending us 0 data, right? And not sending us a message. So here I want to have else, and then we're only going to have it so it doesn't show anything if we don't have a buffer for it. If a buffer is never returned, we want it to show it as nothing. That's only for debugging, I think. I don't think we want to have it like that forever. but let's comment out that, right? Stop render should always be true. And then down here, if we need to set the LOD to 0, right, but the buffer doesn't exist or the buffer is not ready, then we're going to make it not render. Then it's a little bit more like we're getting that information from our web worker side. And we can maybe even leave it like this. This might be okay to leave it like that. Ooh. So maybe it's working now. Maybe it was an offset issue, because it looks like everything. It looks like everything is low LOD, and it looks like we see everything. Now I don't know actually. Perhaps each static, each static chunk is just rendering their own things. So perhaps what's happening is this is drawing low LOD, this is drawing low LOD, this is drawing low LOD, this is drawing low LOD. What I want is these not draw anything, and then this one to draw for all 4, right? I can't actually tell why we're seeing everything, but I will try my best to figure that out. In theory, we can kind of try to colorize them by their draw call, right? So you can see if it's each one has their own color, or if it's a large 2x2 color. I don't really have my shaders ready to do that though, so that's not the best. So let me think, what file do I want to go into? Chunk builder. I guess we can test this out. Yeah, that would work. We can test this out by not changing the chunk size adjust, right? And then refreshing, right? And then we should see not as much. And then we refresh again. Also, let's get rid of the console log message. Oh, we did. Okay. So I'm going to refresh. We should see a quarter of the data we want to see, right? And then I'm going to refresh again with this value put back up to 2, and then we should see everything. And then if that's working, then that means that it's done. I think it's just going to work, I'm pretty sure. I'll have to change a little bit of code about how we handle if we render something or not. But I hope this works. Hope we see a quarter of the data. It'll take a little while to tell for sure. Okay. That looks correct. We have these large empty areas, right? Okay. Maybe I should draw some boxes on the world. I should be able to do that. So in my static shader, right, static vertex, hopefully I can figure out if there's like a weird offset to this, but not static vertex, static fragment, right? I should be able to just do something similar where we let's see, what do I want to do? And I could reload this live, which is nice. I don't have to do a refresh. Something along the lines of our world space we want, right? .x mod 2, and we're going to divide that by our chunk size, which is 28. And mod doesn't work that way, right? That's it. In GLSL, it's mod, and I think it's a second argument. That's supposed to be 2 point. I want to just look up the documentation for like GLSL WebGL mod, just to make sure everything's supposed to be passed through as a float, and just to make sure I have my argument order correct. That looks right. Let's just have it so we do color dot GB times equals that. So then I think we should have like basically red chunks on and off, but just on one axis we're doing right now. But let's see if this even gives us anything that makes it look like it makes sense. So reload shaders. Also, I guess I want this to be floored or round it maybe. Well, I don't know if there's a round function, but you know, if we add 0.5 here, that'll turn it into a round function. I'm not actually sure if GLSL is round. You would think it would, but you know, floor plus 0.5 is the same exact thing. Oh, right, and we're only seeing this. That's a bit unfortunate. We're only going to see it on so I kind of want to do this in two places, because if we only see it in static, I actually almost don't even want to do this in static. I'd actually rather do this in our terrain or something, because if it's not there, there's nothing for it to render that color on, right? So we actually won't be able to see it unless we do it on something else that we can see. So let's do that on terrain, and we can see what the colors of the ground look like. And I think it's offset, but we can fix that. Ooh, okay, that's perfect. We can actually very, very clearly see that this is working. So I think, why do we have some areas that are nothing? Why would that be? Hold on. So the red stripes always have something, right? And the green stripes always are empty. But then why does it go to nothing stripes? I still believe it's working. I'm like 95% sure this is working really well. I just don't know. Let me think. How's that working with the mod operator? Why do we have an area of no color? Hold on. I think maybe because of that, I was doing that maybe a bit silly. I don't actually. Hold on. What does that give us? Okay, that's better. Yes. Okay. So that's definitely working on that axis. That's really, really good. So we're gonna do the same exact thing. I guess like this. It's gonna be a bit weird because we're like multiplying the color again. So the overlap ones are gonna be a bit different. Might do some weird stuff with inversing. All right. So is that right? Yeah. I don't know why we don't see anything here, but I think it might just because there's not much. There might not be much here, but we do see. Okay, I just have a weird offset on it, maybe. This grass is getting in my way to make it more difficult to see what it's supposed to be. Is it supposed to be? Hold on. Let's just have a conditional. I know it's stupid to do conditionals in GLSL, but for debugging, it's fine. So if this, and I don't know if we want or and, but let's try it this way with or, right? And I guess that's fine. Normally we'd say equals 0, right? But we don't need that because that in itself is 0 and 1, then it's true or false, right? But we want to have X and Z here, and then we will change the color based off of that. We're definitely extremely close. I mean, I believe it's working. The only stuff I'm doing now is verifying it's working. So it's not even like I think we're very close to having this work. It's more so, shit, why did that break? well, we don't want to have this here, but that still shouldn't be breaking it. It might not like me updating the conditionals live, and I might have to do a refresh for that. Because there's just weird stuff with conditionals. If I comment that out and reload, will that work? So either I'm making an error in the shader code. Okay, so either I'm making an error. That's how you would do OR, right? I mean, I'm pretty sure in GLSL it's not anything too different. We can do AND, even though I want to be doing OR, but let's just see if that works. I'm pretty sure in GLSL it's the same thing, unless the operator is different. Huh. So either it doesn't like me doing this. Let's just say if 1 equals 1, right? Just to see if we can have this work. If 1 equals 1. Oh, maybe it needs some sort of thing where you can't just have it so it's like set something to true or false. Okay, so that works. Maybe I'm making some assumptions with GLSL where, you know, we're just treating that as 0 or 1, but really we want to say like 0.0. Yeah, that makes sense because there's types. There's types where everything's not just like you can treat, you know, a number as a Boolean and everything in JavaScript and just works. These are always floats, so you can't maybe necessarily just treat them as Booleans. Okay, that works. And then I think there is an offset to it, but that's okay if there's an offset to it. I just had to change it in GLSL. I kind of also don't want to have grass here. It's not the end of the world. Let's just go to our grass shader, right? Our grass fragment shader. And if I just write return here or have our alpha on 0 or something like that, let's just temporarily turn our alpha off on it. That should be fine to do. Actually, no. We don't have to do that. We want to just discard. Yeah, let's just discard right away. Or let's not do it right away just in case, but we'll discard here. Hello, Faulted Spy. How are you doing? Thank you for the follow. Okay, so this is almost definitely working. You can just see that the area that we're shading in, you know, not red, is a bit off from there, but that's okay. That's just because in the shader I didn't do this quite right. So it's going to be something like if they both I don't know what combination. Maybe if they both equal 1. I think we'd have to change both axes because it seems like it's off by both sides. It's like 45 degrees in that direction. So now if we test this out, okay, beautiful. So the only thing left to do now is to bring that back up to ×2, right? In our chunk builder, our chunk size adjust, right? So we're going to be multiplying that by 2. And then we're going to, I guess, do a hard refresh. We still should have all of our shader colors here to tell us if things are working. So since you're just getting here, Faulted Spy, what I'm doing is I'm trying to optimize right now. So with my shitty MS Paint stuff here, basically for the lowest lot stuff, instead of creating buffers for all 4 chunks, we want to just grab 1/4 of them. Am I reading chat? Yeah, I replied. Can you hear me? Am I streaming without audio or something this whole time? OBS is showing audio, so it should be okay. Okay, yeah. We want we instead of creating model data and buffer data for all 4 chunks, right? In our lowest slot, we just want to generate them for this. And and not have these generate anything, but then this one is generating 4 times the size, right? So it'll cover the other chunks that aren't generating anything. And I think I have it basically done. Yeah, I do. Oh, that's so wonderful. Okay, so we can get rid of all the debug stuff. I'll leave them probably commented out, right? And then we can just reload our shaders. All right. And then I just need to stop us forcing different LODs and see if they work in full. But I want to see if doing this way long term is an okay thing. I got to think of this logically. Right. So if it's doing its lowest LOD, that would work, I think. If it's trying to do the lowest LOD and there is no buffer and it's not ready, then we don't have to render it, right? The prepend render stuff, I'm not as sure about. But this whole conditional stuff I was doing here, in theory, we don't need anymore. The LOD force thing, we might not even need anymore. I might leave it on just to, I don't want to make too many changes, right? But we weren't doing anything there except stop prepend render, which was already set to true, right? So let's get rid of some of this stuff. Renderable true, do we want to set that at all time? Yeah, we'll leave that on every frame for now. Let's just refresh this part and see if we still see the same stuff, right? This should be no change to the world. Okay, that's good. Now let's also force high LOD on everything. I just want to force all the LODs on everything across the entire world to just see if this works. So our high LOD, we're going to bring down to 0 distance, right? So it's going to use that. Let's try that out. Okay, so it takes a while to generate all that. But that seems to be working. Everything looks right. Those ones, you know, it's not high LOD down there, but it's probably just still creating them all because it takes a while to generate all that data. I think it's working. I'm gonna wait till wait till hopefully we get that tree back. I hope. Seems a little bit like it's not the exact same tree placement, right? So that's a concern. So we might not have this completely done yet. We might have an issue with things being on our negative axis. So if both of our axes were positive, it would be fine, perhaps, if this is the issue, right? But since, you know, world space, we start at 0, 0, right? And we can move any axis, so we can move negative or positive on any combination of axes. Maybe it is working, though, because trees are starting to generate again. It might have just been a weird order that it requested them and a weird order that they came back in. Yeah, you know what? Maybe that's working. Now that they are generated, in theory, it should keep that buffer, right? So we should be able to more easily swap between them. It was just hard to swap between them right now because it needed to generate all of them. So let's try to swap between them now that everything's generated. So we'll swap to our low LOD now. Yeah, that looks right. It doesn't look like the trees. I mean, I know there's some weird snapping going on, but it doesn't look like the trees are moving around in a weird way. So let's leave this high LOD, and then we're going to generate medium LOD, which kind of sucks because it's going to have to generate everything all over again. And it's going to be a bit hard to tell what's going on. But yeah, I think everything's working beautifully. So we can comment out these 2 lines, and hopefully I'm not leaving in anything too silly. I mean, yeah, our LOD for stuff I don't think we're ever using. We're never actually doing anything with that, right? So let's just comment out those lines as well. Here, let's just delete it. The renderable thing, I don't think we need to reset that to true. No, maybe we do. Maybe we do. All right, so let's paste this in. So now we should have the LODs correct at every level. And then I don't know if the transition stuff will be working. I think I still have prepend render off, right? Maybe. I have to reset those so that it's on true. Right, because we last left them on off, so it's going to stay on off. So let's have it set to true, and then maybe also try to force some things again to see if the transitions are okay. So that should be basically no difference because they're not transitioning right now, right? And then let's put on these again. So this is going to switch from the correct LODs at the right levels to everything low LOD. I just want to see if that works with our LOD transitions. So that's not transitioning. It might make sense for it not to transition though. Hopefully from highest LOD to medium. Hold on. So if we have this set to 0, I might have to change this around a little bit, but let's try this one. I want to see some stuff with transitions. I don't see any transitions right now. I feel like my transition like shader I broke because it's like just snapping weird. Let's have everything go from medium, because that was medium, right? Let's have everything go from medium to high LOD. Okay, so it's working, but there's no transitions anymore. Stop transition. Isn't that what I'm calling it? I think. No. What's the variable name? I forgot. Oh, stop prepend render, right. Oh, did I just write true by accident when I meant to write false? Well, that explains it. Okay, let's see if it works with sorry about that. Let's see if it works with this now, with all the different LODs, right? So we're gonna put this back up like way high, right? This will go from high to low. Yes, much better. Hopefully it's working accurately and correctly. However, it doesn't look quite like it is. And that has to do with if we are going to have our transitions. Let's look at this. The buffer still should not be ready. What did I go from? I went from high to low, right? Yeah. So when everything should be on low now, right? We're changing our model name, right? That might be a bit silly of me. Why am I doing it outside there? Why did I decide to do that? Right, we want to change. I don't know. We're not changing the model name because we're not applying this to it. If we were doing this, that would, do that. But just declaring it as a variable, that should be fine. I guess, yeah. So then, if the buffer doesn't exist, then so our low LOD model, right? The buffers won't exist for 3/4 of the chunks. These three won't have anything exist for them, and then this one will. So that should work. Is the character model just a prototype? I mean, we've gone through several iterations of character models, right? I'm most happy with this one, but that's because it's the most recent iteration. I'm open to change, but I've changed it a lot of times, and I probably will change it in the future. It's not really just a prototype. It's just the best I can do right now with my current talent. Maybe further, months later or whatever, I'll have a better idea of how to make the character model better, and then I'll do that. With that said, the character model, right, we'll be able to apply different like clothing and stuff to it. So there's lots of different model swapping. The character model will still have like the same silhouette to it, but we can put on different hats and clothes and face patterns and hairs and skin colors and stuff like that. So the character model isn't static. But with the whole just look and feel of it, I mean, it's not a prototype, but it's also not necessarily final. Okay, so What is going wrong here? It should have it so maybe the transition. So if we want to switch it to low load, this would do low load because those distances are higher. It shouldn't have the buffer on most of them, so that would stop the render. On the 1/4 of the ones that do have it, it should transition it. So why is it that if I set these, okay, I'm going to paste this in console again, see what's going on. Be right back, my dog wants out. Okay. So in theory, I should not be seeing these flowers because they're only on high load and maybe medium load, but never low load. Let's go back into the terrain fragment shader and turn this on to see if it's like choosing to do high load on just certain chunks, right? In the red zone of the chunks, which I have a feeling it might be doing. So let's do u.reload shaders. Right, okay, that's interesting. I need to walk around a bit more. So this area, okay, so now it's seems to be doing everything but the lowest load. Although this is lowest load. Oops, I didn't mean to really click. And then this is, okay, so this is lowest load here, and this might be part of it. This is high load though over here. I might need to walk to an area where there's more low load models going on. Yeah, like over here in the forest. So it's working kind of, and I think even, yeah, it is even drawing our large low load over the 4 things, so we have an overlay of it, right? Which is why like you see like kind of like it's hard to see because it's hidden in with the high load stuff, but like you can kind of see here that weird line here. If you watch that, like it's a weird billboard line on that tree. That's the low load overlaying with the high load. So the low load is working, but it's still generating, it's still showing the high load on top of it. It's not rendering the high load. So why would that be? It should, so this should fail, right? That conditional should fail because these numbers are like a million or whatever I have them set to, right? And then this should fail again because the numbers up that high. So it definitely should be running onto this. For one of them, right, we do have the model, so that's going to be correct. So that means this bit here is where it's breaking. Maybe we want to do a stop prepend render on it, and that might help. Because, yeah, you know what? That's exactly what it is. So on there, we want to stop the prepend render because the prepend render function runs after update, and that is allowing it to have that again. We don't necessarily have to reset it. We can instead, inside the prepend render function, have a cache that checks what it was stored at, and then, you know, store that in the cache, and then reset the cache. That might be a more elegant way to do that. So let's do that. Instead of having our stop prepend render function, where we're checking if it's renderable in that prepend render function, although we're not checking, but we need to. So here, probably also get rid of this. Right, we're resetting renderable and we're resetting stop render, right? So we're gonna have a cache here, var cache, right? And I don't necessarily have to do this outside the conditional. No, I should do it outside the conditional, yeah. Our cache of, and that means we also don't need to do this renderable thing here. We just need to reset the cache at the end, right? I think that's the case. I'm not actually sure if that's true because we'd have to reapply the cache. Yeah, I don't really want to do it that way. This might be the more correct way to do it. When you make a game, do you have to code every movement? Can you explain that a little bit? Do you mean like every movement. So you mean like the character movement, right? Do you mean like, do we have to code every like frame of the player's movement? Because not really. There's many different ways to go about it. I don't know if that's how you mean it exactly. But if you mean the character's movement, like the animations, like the walking animations and the idle animation, and we will have swimming and other animations. The way I'm doing it is having keyframes, and then I don't know how much you're experienced with like the terminology, but lerping, right? I don't know if you know what that is. It's a linear interpolation, but we're basically like blending between different keyframes. So I basically have, it's hard to show, but kind of like I have a slideshow, right, of different positions. So it'll be like our walk animation has, I don't know, 6 frames, right? And then we can blend between those frames. That's how I'm doing it. And the way I'm generating those animations is doing them in Blender with armatures and everything. So the way I'm doing it, we don't have to store every single frame. We only need to store the lowest amount of frames to make it not look like shit. So, it depends on how dramatic your movement is. But like for a butterfly flapping, right? So if we look at our butterfly over here, its wings are opening and closing slowly, right? That's just 2 frames. We just need to store a model with the wings open and a model with the wings closed. I might also have one where it's like at 45, but it's only 3 models, and then we blend between those models. That's how that works. Okay, so right, so we know the prepend render function is breaking it. Let's test that out before I do some stuff with caching and stuff. Let's just have it. Whoops. Let's just have it so, god damn it, I keep pressing the wrong key. Still doing the wrong key. Okay. There we go. And then we want to enable the stopping of the prepend render function in this bit here. So we're going to say this.stop prepend render function, or stop prepend render, is true. That should make it so we no longer see our high LODs. I'm not 100% sure why that. I guess it's because it's always resetting it to. Yeah, it's always resetting it to renderable. And since we're never actually changing the model data on it. Okay, beautiful. That works. All right, hold on. I just got an email I got to read. Okay, that's not important. Okay, so I think this is working and it's optimized, which is really, really good. Now we just have to let the LODs use its own thing, right? Let's switch from, right, we're only stopping the prepend render function, which is still not the best. I should do this a more proper way. You know what? Maybe it's okay. Maybe we just want to. Maybe we want to just allow transition, so we still are going to have this pasted in. To blend it. So basically all this code would still run except the model name swap, I think. All right, this would just be an exception for the lowest LOD. All right, we'll have a bit of duplicate code, but that's okay. Okay, so yeah, so let me just read this in case somebody's watching on, because I'm multi-streaming onto Twitch too. But it says, so in highly detailed games like Final Fantasy Remake, how do they program the hair movement? So they probably have I'm not 100% sure, obviously, because I didn't develop this game, but they probably have a static hair model, maybe with some metadata attached to how it should move, right? And then they're applying physics, real-time physics, on those things. There's also things like where you can do some stuff with like AI. I don't know how they're doing it, but you can like have AI where it like tries to have stored positions that you like basically pre-calculate physically correct movements and then try to like interpolate between the closest physically correct movements you have with what it thinks should be doing. But it's more than likely like things for hair movement that they're using physics on models. I can kind of probably show you something like that in a really not so correct way. Like, let me try to show you this. Game.cooking.init, is it? Init scene? Yeah, let's try and see what this does. I'm not sure if init scene is what I want. Shit, no, that didn't work. I forgot what I had to put in. How do I initialize my cooking minigame? And did I break this? Let's see. Yeah, I did break it. Oh, it sucks. But yeah, hopefully that answer is good enough. I was going to try to show an example, but it didn't go very well. But you have your hair model, and then you put physics on it. So each of the vertices are looking at, we can move around the vertices based off whatever. You have to have collision code, so it doesn't, although it depends on the game, but, so it's not colliding through like the player and stuff. And then, we apply the velocities, gravity, well, I guess gravity is kind of like applying a velocity as well, but something along those lines. Okay, so I really do want to have transitions on the lowest lot. I could just leave it like this and it's okay, but it'll be snappier in a way that I don't really want it to be. I can walk around the world and just see what it's like with this. I should really turn off this debug red stuff. Okay, so the stuff we immediately see is the lowest LOD. Am I forcing it still? I think I am still forcing it to be the lowest LOD, so that's why we're seeing that. Okay, that's fine. I guess the best way to do this is to have a cache. You gotta go by. All right, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for the follow. Thanks for chatting. Hopefully I'll see you again soon. Have a good day. Okay, so let me think of this, how we're doing this real quick. So we want to have a append and prepend render function probably. Although let's see, the prepend render function, maybe not. Maybe that's a lie. Because we're doing our own draw call in here. Okay, so maybe that was a bit of a lie. We can maybe still have our cache here, right? Var cache of some sort. And let's just have this called, I'm going to get rid of that. Our cache renderable. And we probably don't need to really store both of these, but it's best if we do. And our cache stop render. We probably could use one and then just like set the other one based off whatever it is, because they basically should be, opposite. So if it's not renderable, we should always be stopping the render. If it is renderable, we shouldn't always be, if it is renderable, we shouldn't always necessarily be not stopping the render. Whatever, it doesn't matter. We're gonna have their own cache stored, right? Like so. We have our booleans here, and then I think let's just try setting them. I know we have this bit here, and that's not really going to end up getting used because we're not doing a draw call. So this probably is completely unnecessary. I'm like 99% sure, but we're going to ignore that for a second and then just restore from our cache, right? So our renderable is our cache renderable, and our stop render is our cache stop render, right? And then we don't need anything with stop prepend render, right? So we can turn that off. Not that we're using it, but turn that off. And then I think we still want to have these values, and maybe even our shader. Yeah. So it's a bit copy pasty, and we probably don't actually need to do that. We can probably just do that like regardless, like just up here, and then we don't need to do that, and then we're only doing a model change here, right? It'd be something more like that, more than likely, right? I think that would be fine, but maybe that wouldn't be. Well, I think that would be fine. Let's just try that and see what happens. Okay, so this shouldn't do anything, right? Initially, because we're not doing any sort of transition. So hopefully, if I didn't do anything wrong, when I paste this in and run it, no change will be seen. Okay, that's a good thing. Now, let's move model name probably down a little bit too, so it's next to this. Just clean this up a little bit. I'm gonna space this out. We can bring these lines in a little bit. You know, it's fine. It's good. So now we're going to force them to go, I guess, from the lowest LOD. I don't remember. Did I refresh? Because if I did refresh, then we have to regenerate all the LODs. Yeah, I think I did refresh. All right. So we're gonna get rid of the low LOD distance, right? Keep the high LOD distance the way it was. So we're going to be going from low to medium. However, it probably needs to generate everything, which means things might get a bit weird. Oh, and also we have to update our pre-pan render function, so it's doing a cache. I hope that I should have done that before, but oh well. Okay. It looks like for the most part it is using the transition. I think it does have to generate all of them, which is a bit shitty. And we have a big old lag spike going on, but that's probably mostly due to the input. And also because we're generating more than we would usually have to do for the medium LODs. But I think that's working. That's really great. I'm not even going to just do the high LOD. I'm just going to have this our distance override stuff disabled. So that's these lines. We'll just comment those out, right? And then all of this will be able to get deleted eventually. Renderable set to true. I don't know if we need that, but paste this in. We should have our high, medium, and low LODs generating in the right places. And then hopefully I'm doing this right. So now we just need to get rid of this test stuff in our shader, and do u.reload shaders. And now we should have fewer draw calls. We should have fewer bind buffers. It should be a lot better. I think this is working. I mean, yeah, we have some weird empty areas, but I think that's just the generation of the world, and it's starting to bring in a bit more. Wow. Okay. I mean, that wasn't too difficult. Is it doing weird snapping, or is it just because it's still loading stuff in? Hold on. Let's see. Okay, so the transition isn't working entirely correct. And I think that's because we might only want to... okay, I have some ideas. We broke the transition a little bit, so it's not quite... Okay, so only while it's transitioning, we want to have... I think we're doing all the draw calls here. So we only want to really use our cache. Yeah, this is a bit shitty way to do this. In the else, but we also only want to set our cache and have it stored. We're only storing it one frame, right? We're not storing it between frames as cache. We might want to have different variable names on this. So our renderable, right, wherever we're doing that, all the way down here, we might want to change what we're calling it. We might want to call it like our append renderable, right? Yeah, let's call it that. Append. It's not even append. It's like our append to our prepend, which is a weird way to think of it. we can have the cache being set here, I guess. It wouldn't really be a cache at this point, but we can have it stored on this with our cache renderable and our cache stop render. That's fine. It's probably not really technically a cache at this point. It's kind of a stupid name for this. And then here we want to probably inverse these, right? Because we want it to be renderable, which is what we're doing. So we're gonna have true and false here. This is a bit shit code, but let's look at what we're doing over here. So now instead of caching it like this, we will, if it's transitioning, use whatever values, it's fine, right? And then if it's not transitioning, that's when we're going to use our cache that we're setting up. I think that will be the better way to go about this. Calling it the variable name, I wish I had a better thing, maybe like a force, or it's like our non-transition renderable and stop render. I don't know. Let's just see what that does, I guess. So again, yeah, let's show what we're fixing with this. So I will try to find an area where I can have this go back and forth. But basically, I walk back here. Okay, so walk forward enough. Okay, so you see that weird snapping, like it's trying to blend between them, but there's like a weird snap first and then it does like a blend, and a weird snap and then it does a blend, right? Hopefully with this new code, it works. Yeah, make sure it works in both directions. And then I also want to make sure that this is still going to definitely not render the high LOD with the lowest LOD. So if we're forcing them, or we want to force them again to be all low LOD, right? I just want to really make sure it's not going to show like the highest or medium LOD or anything, and just the low LOD. And it transitioned to it too, which is really nice. Okay, cool. We did it. That's really, really good. Beautiful. Optimizations, man. When they're done, it's nice. It's fun. The during, maybe not so fun, but when it's done, really nice. Really fun. Really good. Okay. So fewer bind buffers, fewer draw calls. Really nice. Yeah, so even if the act of, I don't know what happened in the distance over there, it's a bit concerning. But even if the whole like act of having larger but fewer bind buffers is the same as having, you know, more but smaller bind buffers. I think I said that in the right way. And really it's buffer data, it's not bind buffers. Even if there's no upside to that, right, it ends up evening out. The I don't know what's going on there. I might have to still tweak some things. The just having fewer draw calls helps. So that's a really good thing. Gonna walk around the world, see if anything looks a bit too off. Not 100% sure why there's like that pop in there. It should be using the transition shader, but maybe I just have to review the code for what's going on with that. Maybe I'm allowing to transition. Yeah. Shit. What the hell happened there? Okay, so everything might not be working 100%. Huh. So that would go probably from our, I would assume, our low LOD probably to our medium LOD. So maybe now we have, all right, let me walk further and see if this goes to a high LOD with the trees again. Yeah. So now it looks like maybe just our medium LOD is fucked up, which we weren't even, I guess, testing before. So why would medium LOD be messed up? Medium LOD is this. if we don't have the buffers set at all for there, we ask for it to be buffered, right? That's correct. And then once that buffer is ready, then we can do our transition stuff. We change our model name. That's good. While it's transitioning, we should have these models. That should be correct. So why does at least it seem like medium mods are messed up? Although we explicitly tested them before, right? So let's do that again, and then let's change it so our LODs are forced at different LODs, right? So we'll do our low LOD, right? And then see what happens with those trees. And then we'll force medium LOD and see what happens with those trees. And then we'll force high LOD. They should be all there, just at different LODs, right? Okay, so at lowest LOD, they are definitely there. We're forcing low LOD. Okay, I think I might know what's happening, which is okay, if I understand this correctly. So let's do just a few more tests, and then I think I still know what's happening. I thought I fixed this, but maybe I didn't. So we want to go from our lowest LOD to our medium LOD. I think this will work. It's how we're choosing them that I think is the issue. So if this works, which it does, then it works. So I'm like 99% sure I know what's going on. I explained this issue before and I thought I fixed it, but clearly it's still choosing that weird awkward corner piece that I will try to illustrate in Paint, MS Paint. Okay, so that's all working. That's good. However, I will show what the issue is and then see. I kind of want to. Okay, so one way we can test this out. First, let's have this set to this, right? Okay, so that's back to where those trees went missing, right? And I think this might help if we only check the low LOD distance, right? Let's see if that fixes it. I'm not sure if that would be what fixes it though, but we're gonna find out. Okay, no. So that means we probably are checking the right distances. It's just the way I'm setting up this whole function here. Thanks for a follow on Mixer Basic Panther. I like how it gives me those alerts in chat in Restream. I guess because of the Hypebot thing. Let me go to my Mixer channel real quick so I can figure this out. That's not how I want to do that. Like this, and then just want to see real quick if it shows me that in chat like that. So in theory, if I had Nightbot or something, I don't even know if you can do that, but in theory, if I had Nightbot, yeah, so it is like a chat bot that's just automatically by default there. That's cool. It'd be nice to have that in Twitch chat. So maybe I don't know if Nightbot will do that, but if Nightbot does that, that'd be nice because it'll show me really easily in multi-chat and I probably won't miss out on them. Okay, so I'll explain the issue. So our issue is this thing here, right? So we're checking and setting the LODs not in a grid, or kind of a grid, but in a circular pattern, right? So it's how it fits. So if that's our check, right? Those green boxes are what fits inside that radius check, right? That distance check. And then our next one is just setting up. Normally it would be fine, right, to do it like I guess like this-ish. I don't really know where it's going, but since this is a 4x4 grid, the place it falls at, I guess I'm still not 100% sure this is what is breaking it, but I feel like it's these awkward triangles right here, right? That are not part of our 2x2 grid, right? That, you know, if our 2x2 grid is here, it's like a mixture of them. And I thought I fixed this, but I guess I didn't. And I don't know if this is how it's failing, but I'm pretty sure it is. Given that we can set all the LODs manually and they all render correctly, it's then how we're setting them with this code that's breaking it. So we have these awkward corners. So the corners, right, that should just then use the higher LOD, right? That should use, in this case, it'll probably be medium LOD. Now, how do we do that? You would think we just want to set these not by a circular basis. We want to set them also using our grid, right? So we only set the LOD on the grid here as well as the grid here. Now, I thought I was doing that, but if we can look at the code, we can maybe figure out how I messed that up. So it should be for checking the medium LOD, setting medium LOD. I think it's probably something with this math, and maybe it is offset, and I can just change the offset. And yeah, maybe it would just be as simple as that. So I believe these, I'm going to log these again, but I think they're -1s and +1s. So console.log these combos, and we should have, you know, all combinations of, you know, an array of two values with -1, +1. So we could have -1, -1, we can have +1, +1, and then we can have +1, -1, and -1, +1. Those are our 4 combinations that are possible. We should be seeing all of those, right, in console now. Okay, I think that looks right. So we have +1, -1, -1, -1, -1, +1, and then +1, +1. Okay, so that is working. I might want to leave that logging. Can you guys hear those birds outside? They sound so nice. Black-capped chickadees. Really pretty sounding. I don't know if the microphone will pick that up, but man, springtime is so nice. It's too bad there's a pandemic and I can't go outside that much because it sounds so beautiful. Right, so like this is not the best thing to do probably, but if I just offset these by, I don't know the exact amount, let's just offset it by chunk size on both axes, right? Let's see if this makes any difference. So our trees are gone, right? And then paste this in. Okay. We have the same values logging, I hope, right? Let's just check. Yeah. I think. Yep. Okay. So it at least is returning the right values. Now, I have no idea what the offset we want is. I don't know if it needs to be half of chunk size. I don't know if it needs to be 2 times chunk size. I don't know if it's one's supposed to be negative, one's supposed to be positive, one's supposed to be 0, one's supposed to be 1. I found an issue. I guess your font is not supported on most languages. I mean, Russian, Espanol. Oh. Yeah, maybe it's not. I mean, we're not going to be localizing like dialogue because I don't know other languages and I'm not going to hire one to do that anytime soon. I guess the only place that would really break, right, would be like your character name and your world name. And right now we don't even have world name. So it'd be like your display name for multiplayer and your character name, right? Oh, and then I guess on your map you can name things as well. But you know, I'm not a font designer, so, and I like the font that I have, so maybe I can try to like add, you know, those characters, but I don't even know how to like edit a font and add characters to it. But Thank you for letting me know that. Rias, I guess. Yeah. I might have to, yeah, if a lot of people are playing in the future, I might have to like figure that out. But the dialogue's not going to get localized anyway, so it's just a couple things with user input that would have those foreign language characters, right? Okay, so let's see if that does anything. I think I just need to like figure out the correct offset for this. I'm still not sure if that's the right thing to do. Let's multiply this by 2 because I don't know why we're multiplying here by 2. So this still might be something like weird that I'm doing. But let's just see what this does. Okay. So that moved the issue. So these ones are being drawn, but not these ones. So I don't think I do want to multiply by 2. It doesn't really make sense why I was doing that, but that's the only way I can get it to work at the time. But, and I don't know if we need this offset. Maybe we do, maybe we don't. Let's not have the offset. Let's just multiply it by 0 so it's, not doing anything. And then maybe bring that back later on. Okay, let's have the offset at, I guess, 1. And then hopefully this is not an issue where it depends on the axis. So it'll work here, and then like when we have a negative axis. Okay, so maybe that's working. Maybe. I'm gonna force all the LODs again, right? To I guess our lowest LOD, and see if there's I don't know if lowest is the best for this, but see if there's extra trees that aren't being shown right now. I can't really tell. I think there might be, but we're gonna find out by pasting this in. Okay, maybe we're okay. So maybe that was the right combination. So we do want to. Okay, I really hope that worked. That'd be nice. So this math makes way more sense now. And then we just have to offset it. Which makes sense that we need to offset it because in the terrain fragment shader we also needed to offset it, I believe. Yeah, so it would equal 1. There's somewhere else I can probably be offsetting it. This is not the only way to offset it. I can probably here just add 1, but it doesn't make much of a difference. I'm going to leave that ×1 there. I know it's not doing anything, but just in case these values are not perfect yet, which I think they are, but in case they're not, then we can mess around with them and see if it's only supposed to be on one axis and stuff. Yeah, I am a bit concerned that this is only working. Currently I am in my world coordinates on my X and Z axis are negative. If I flip them on one axis or possibly both, right, it might not work. So I'll try to teleport my player and see what happens with that. Let's get rid of the console log message. Okay, let's paste that in. Okay, now console's not getting spammed. I'm gonna walk around here a little bit and just make sure things are not popping in and out weird, right? And then I'm going to flip my, I don't know, Z axis or X axis, we'll see. But this appears to be working. That pop in is not incorrect necessarily. However, I'd prefer if it was using the transition shader. I'm probably going to increase that distance that we're calling them for. Now, especially now that's optimized. What happened there? What happened there? I can't have that happen again. And I don't know why. Okay. So it looks like it's always fixing itself. So it's correct. It's the transition that is not correct. So it's all I mean, obviously it's terrible, we need to fix it, but it's always going to fix itself. It's just that like half a second transition period. Obviously we still don't want that, but I believe no matter where I stand one stationary place, those trees won't disappear forever. And if it's not obvious, I'm talking about like this giant tree right here. I know these are popping in. I'm not focusing on those. Those are a different issue. We're focusing on this tree here that doesn't stay disappeared. It just disappears for a second and then comes back with the transition. And that would be probably our low to medium LOD transition, right? I guess that makes sense too. Because if it is its lowest LOD and there is no and we're trying to allow the transition here. We're trying to do it in a 2x2 grid area, right? I want to see, I think it will still break, but I want to see if we only use our low LOD dist, right? And never our high LOD dist. I'm pretty sure this will still break and still do the same thing, but let's test that out and see if this still fails in the same way. Yeah, okay. I figured it would, but it was something important that I had to test. Okay, so we know the issues with this, and it's between low and medium LOD, right? And it's probably because it doesn't have a model for that particular part of the grid, because it happens to fall under, we have this one that's drawing for all four, but then these ones that initially had a medium size, so we're trying to transition on like this one here, and there is no low LOD model for that particular one to transition between. I'm hoping it has something to do with that. I still don't really know why it wouldn't just work, because it should still do the entire chunk at a time, right? The transition should be on all four at the same time. Hey, King Conquest, how are you doing today? So the transition should be on all four chunks at a time. It shouldn't be like, oh, this one needs it, but then like, this one has it, so that's okay. This one should do it for all four, right? These three and itself at the same time that any of these particular ones would need it. I'm doing pretty good. I have crazy good optimizations, so the game runs way better now. I mean, it's still probably not like super optimized where you can run it on something crappy, but like it's way better. Like if I reload the game, we don't have to wait for the world to load in forever. We have fewer draw calls, fewer buffer datas. We're spacing our buffer datas out over a longer period of time, so we're not doing so many per frame. It's nice. But we have some issues still with our transition stator. So if you like watch this tree over here, right? If I walk a certain way and it tries to transition between different level of details, although right now it's not happening. So am I not close enough? Am I too close? I think I'm too close. Ignore all the popping in now over here. We're not working on that. We're working on this tree here with our transitions. Okay, there we go. You see that little weird snap? I wanna do that a few more times. Because I want to see if both LODs, it's so hard to know where that exact point is, that's the transition, but I want to see if both LODs are fading. Yeah, both LODs are fading, but it's fading out, it's fading out either it's fading out the medium LOD and then will it be just per player configurable? Like basically the distances where we swap the LODs out, right? So like we won't start drawing medium LODs or low LODs until further distance. I mean, that'd be easy to change, so maybe I can put it in the settings. It's not currently, but it's, we currently just have like one value, like this value here, or this wherever the other value is, this value here. It's literally just swapping that out with something that's in settings, right? If that's what you mean, then yeah, we could do that. it would be easy to implement. Wasn't really necessary. Well, yeah, I guess that'd be nice to have, and then we could have our max distance. Our max distance for generation would be a separate variable. But we can allow that to be edited as well. Right. Yeah. Yeah, we should probably do that conquest. And what I might do if we do something like that with a customizable thing is if you turn your like render distance or load distance or whatever down, so it's not generating that much terrain. I will try to draw us, the best I can, but we have our little player here, right? And we have our world, right? And then some mountains here and stuff, right? If we have a lower LOD, what would happen initially, how do I want to draw this? We have our mountains, right? If we had a lower LOD, or our lower render distance or whatever, so it wasn't drawing things out as far, we would just see like half a mountain, right? And that would look like shit because there'd be this weird sharp edge to it. So what I'd probably do, and I was doing this in the past, but I kind of turned it down because I like having a vast world. But if you didn't want a vast world because, your computer couldn't handle it or whatever, I can pretty easily build a shader that curves it, right? So then you'd see only the top of the mountain, right? And then it's okay if it gets cut off here, right? Because your viewpoint wouldn't see much beyond that anyway. Something along those lines. Because we can pretty easily have a nice curvature to the world. In fact, I probably could just enable something. Let's see. Do I still have something like that? If I go to static vertex, right? Curve. Do I still have it enabled? I think I got rid of the old code that did that. Yeah, I might have. It's this bit here. I'm gonna turn that on real quick just for the static and the terrain vertex, right? Let's do like 100. This is gonna be probably too extreme of a curvature. And it's not gonna be on everything. It's just our static and terrain. So then we want to do u.reload shaders. It might look a bit weird with our lower LOD stuff. Hopefully that uses it as well. I'm not sure if we have a separate shader, vertex shader for that. Oh, whoops. I'm going the wrong direction. Well, that's a trippy look. That's really cool. But I'm curving it the wrong way, as you can tell. Huh, that's very interesting. I think, I'm not 100% sure what went wrong with that. It's really cool looking. We're like in a hamster ball or something. I guess let's just inverse it for a second. I'm not 100% sure why I was doing that. I think I did have a reason. I think it's because like I wanted to see more of the world, so I was turning it up a little bit. Inception, new game idea. Yeah. I think I wanted to intentionally turn it up a little bit, and then I had it having a horizon much further out. Okay, so this is too extreme. So it's like 1,000 or whatever. That still might be too extreme, but let's just see. But you got the idea. It's what I showed you, but inversed and less extreme. I should be doing it on all my shaders. Yeah, so that worked. Since I'm not doing all my shaders, you see some weird floating stuff. But if you just focus on the trees, you can see like they very quickly go behind the horizon. So we wouldn't need to show, if our render distance was down, all the trees beyond that we aren't rendering, right, or aren't generating, would be okay because they're below the horizon. They so quickly go below the horizon. That's the idea. So if we end up doing something like that, that's how it will work. And I like the charm of it too. If I have it working really well, I like the charm of the curved world and having it be really noticeable. I like kind of had that as a key like part of the art style for many years. I wish we can have both, where it feels like a really open, vast world, but then also feel like you have that nice curvature and it kind of feels like a small world. I haven't figured out a way to do both and make it look good and work well. But I really like having that nice curvature. And I really like having a really big world where you can see out really far. So we just have a really big world that you can see out by really far by default. If we could do a combination where you still see some sort of curvature, that'd be great. Okay, so we have this working with all the LODs. We just don't. Something is very weird with the transitions. And then we were looking at this code because it has something to do with what's going on here. And it is doing the transitions on both the low and high LOD. That's the weird thing. Or the low and medium LOD. They're just not doing them at the right times. The curve you could have and higher details would curve slower. How would that work? The curve you could have and the higher details would curve slower. So you're basically trying to like have an idea of how to do both, right? I'm not sure how that would work with how you're wording it. I'm just not like understanding the concept of it. Basically, like here, if we like, do you mean like we basically don't have it be so, you know, linear? It's not really linear, but not so linear, and like have it be like more flat and then have a curve like much further out. I've tried stuff like that. I don't know if that's what you meant, but you know, then you kind of get both, right? You can see out really far. Let me just draw this right, and then like it starts curving really far out. I've done that. I think I even technically am currently doing that. I think, if I can recall correctly. So it's still there, but you don't notice it that much. If you had a perfectly flat world, right, that wouldn't be good because you could then literally see out to infinity. So you'd always see a lot of pop in. I mean, yeah, if you had enough of a world, the pop in would be smaller, but they would still always be there. It would never be below the horizon because nothing ever goes below the horizon in a perfectly flat world. And I think technically what I'm doing as well to make the world look bigger, it's weird, right? It doesn't really make sense. Let me move this player guy so I can show this hopefully a bit better. I think I'm doing this. I know I did do this at a time. I don't know if I left it at this, but you know that whole hamster wheel thing that we were doing? I think the reason why that number is going that direction is because technically we are doing it just in a much more subtle way. So that allows us to see more mountains, right? So, you know, normally, like, let me draw this out flat, right? So if we had like, you know, big mountain, little mountain, you know, you don't see that. And I want to be able to see out far. That's not the best example, but, you know, now if we had big mountain, little mountain, you'd be able to see this one and you'd be able to see this one. So I think we technically are doing that, but very subtly. And then, so we don't have an infinite horizon issue, right? Then I think I'm curving it down again. I think that's technically what my world is doing, just very, very subtly. I'm not 100% sure. I know I was doing this at a time. I might have deleted that code because it was just too weird. I don't remember. I was basically referring to the number you change in code. More curve would be lighter on the machine. Okay, right, yeah, that would be my plan. Right now it's just you know, a static thing where you can't change it. But if we had settings, yeah, we would have it so we'd curve things off the horizon instead of like having it so like things fog or something. We would have a curve and it would look really cool. And some people might, even with the more powerful machine, some people might prefer playing with lower render settings because the game might look just cooler with that nice curve to it. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, one issue with that, and it's not like, you know, my gameplay is like that serious. It's very relaxed gameplay, so nothing's like competitive or anything. It doesn't matter. But one issue with that in general, is like, you know, the gameplay is different based off what you can see. So like if you're trying to find things out really far in the world, you know, you'll be able to, if like, I don't know, if we have some sort of mini game or mission where you have to like find something and you look around the world, you can see a lot more of the world with a larger render distance, right? So I don't know, we'll see. I kind of like having the idea of it being controlled, but what we can do is then just have like what we were kind of originally talking about, where it just LODs at different distances, you know, so you'd still see everything. It'd just be different like high poly meshes or low poly meshes, right? So in theory, instead of just doing an entire like render distance or generation distance, it would just be the LODs that we were originally talking about. I just went way off track with the original question and statement. Okay, so what is up with these transitions? I suppose since we're not changing the model name, for our low LOD, it will try to use that perhaps. But if it doesn't, okay, let's look at our transition code up here. I should probably move it down a little bit so it's next to it. But here's the transition stuff. If we don't have the buffer, right, what happens? We return. If our LOD is 0, then we don't really want to check this necessarily. So if our LOD is not 0 and these values, or if it's deleted, right? I think that's right. So if our LOD is not 0, then we can run this. If it's deleted, then we can still run it. Otherwise, continue. All right, that might be part of what was breaking with that, I hope. Okay. So let's walk. Okay, maybe it was already the lowest LOD. Let's walk forward. No, still an issue. Let's see if there's anything else weird going on here. I mean, we are trying to call a draw call on a buffer that doesn't really exist and isn't really ready, so that's a bit of a shit. But it should be doing 4 at a time, I believe, for these swaps, so it should be okay to do that. I guess I can try to log which ones are transitioning and make sure it's always doing the 4, right? Our 2x2 chunk for our medium to low or low to medium transitions, just to make sure it's doing that correctly. But it definitely looks like it's doing it correctly because it does come in. It just has a weird delay to it. So that's like the values that we're setting on it. And is this how we want to set it? That might not be how we want to set it. It might want to be our force thing that we are probably deleting now. Our force LOD 0, our LOD force 0, right? See if we're still doing that somewhere. I might want to use that again. Right, so then here, wherever the hell I had that code, I'm going to set this dot LOD force, right, like that. Right, if it doesn't have the buffer or it's not ready, then we're forcing that. Then we want to use that again up higher, which I'm not using it right now. So instead of checking this value, because it won't actually always be, so we'll say if this is not true, and then we're going to set it's true. So if our LOD or LOD 0 force, right, we're forcing LOD 0. Maybe I should reorder that. Force LOD 0. No, I'm going to leave it how it is, LOD 0 force. I think I prefer that. I don't know. LOD 0 force, if that is not true and there are no buffers, then return. Otherwise, still do that. Okay. Then down here, we want to set this to true, and then outside of there, well, in the beginning of this, we'll probably just always set false. I know it's a bit shit how I'm doing this. But let's see if that makes any difference. Because that is not going to always equal 0 because we're allowing a transition on it. Right. I think this makes more sense. So hopefully that was all we had to do. Definitely better. I didn't do it on that tree yet. It's doing something different. I want to see it on this tree. I see it like everywhere else but on the tree that I'm trying to test. Okay, so oh fuck, what happened? Already have undefined. And that's probably on transition. I kind of thought that might happen. Okay, so if this is true, if this is not true, and this or this, I might have to wrap this in parentheses, don't I? Yeah, I probably do. That might fix it, right? Because if the model doesn't exist, then it should fail, right? And then that would be true and false. Okay, that was hopefully the only issue with that. I probably have to do a hard refresh because everything's so broken. Pretty sure I'm going to have to do that. Yeah. All right, that's fine. I still don't think this is fixed. I don't think we're done, but hopefully I'm figuring out this slowly. What has to be changed. So close too, like it's optimized. The optimizations are done. It's just the getting the transition to look right now. But the, as far as, things being less computationally expensive now, that's done. It just doesn't look right. And then the next thing we need to look at is this fucking file loader for the web workers. That's like the next to do, because that is making our load time too long. Okay, so let's wait for the world to generate a bit. We definitely see our trees and our terrain near us much faster now, which is great. And then I believe, whoops, hold on. That stupid input thing, that's Chrome's fault. I believe we're focusing on this tree here, right? Yeah, every time I do that pointer lock API. Let's see if this is an improvement. So I don't know which way to walk exactly, but hopefully we hit that threshold. I don't want to have it go to high LOD. I want it to be going between medium and low LOD. Okay, that might be working actually, but there's still weird flashes. It's possible that weird transition is between. No, it's definitely still between low and medium, right? It's not between high and medium. I really hope not. I don't think so. No, because it's still doing that flat face thing, that billboarding stuff. And then let's just make sure as I process straight, yeah, it's definitely not doing the high LOD stuff. Okay, so the high LOD transitions are working. And then let me walk out so that swaps to the lower LOD. That one worked, but it's not working all the time. And that might be on the chunks that we're definitely closer to figuring this out. There's that weird pop in and out in between. Right? So like it brings the LOD, it fades out and then it fades in, and really they should be fading between LODs at the same time. They shouldn't be waiting for one to fade out for the other to fade in. I guess we want to make sure that buffer is ready that we're transitioning to. Okay, that's probably part of the issue. So we want to make sure that our medium LOD, so we kind of want to have something called like a desired LOD, or our like move to LOD, like the LOD that we're changing to. We want to make sure if we're changing Bricky Bucket, thank you for the follow. We want to make sure this would be fine, which is basically saying we're transitioning to our lowest LOD. But if we're transitioning to our medium LOD, I think that's where we're coming into an issue now, because we don't necessarily always have that buffer made, although we should by now, right? We're just walking back and forth, so that buffer should be done. Let me just walk around a bit more, but I think that still is something that's going on. Okay, we're gonna test it out on these bushes here that are disappearing, right? And see if they continually happen. Because if it only happens once, that means it's working, and I know how it's failing, and it's just that it doesn't have, but it's happening more than once, so I don't understand it. I was thinking maybe it just doesn't have that buffer and it's not ready. But once we create that buffer once, it should just get stored, right? And then always be ready to be used. So that's also not necessarily an issue. So if our LOD force does not equal true, and either our, and we're also either, hold on, this is so hard to read. Our LOD force does not equal true. We also need to have it so either we, am I flipping something? If our LOD force is true, we don't want it to return. So if our LOD force is not true, we can allow it to return. But to continue to allow it to return, we also need to check if either of these conditions are not met. So if we don't have the buffer, or if we don't have the buffer ready, then we can return. Or if we have it set to delete, then we can return. Okay. So this looks right. However, we're continuing if the LOD force is true. So this would be probably a potential issue if we don't have this buffer ready. So this is still going to fix something, but it's not really the thing that we're currently looking at, I don't think, because that buffer should be ready once we generate it once. But in theory, if the buffer isn't ready, it isn't generated, this is going to create a different bug that we're not even seeing visually. It's just something that I found by looking at the code, right? How I want to really fix this without making like a really big shitty line of code here, I'm not 100% sure. And whenever changing the LOD values here in transition, we're changing the LOD transition values in the update function. I want to move this down so it's like next to it. It's gonna be, that's gonna look so stupid in our Git commit because we just moved a giant bit of code, but it's okay. Just gonna treat that as a big remove and then a big add. But so we're focusing on, okay, I want to test this out again with the back and forth, right? So it's definitely changing from low to medium, right? Now let's go from medium to low. It's happening both directions. Shit. Why is it happening both directions? So that should be, I believe it's medium LOD right now. And then as we walk away, yeah. Okay, so that switched to low, and then as we walk forward, maybe it is only going from medium to low. It's hard to tell, because we don't know where these thresholds are. Okay, so that definitely should be low, because we're pretty far away from it. Okay, weird. Is that, I guess that's our threshold here, so it's closer than I thought. But if it is working one direction, which I think it might be, I think our medium to low might be working. That's why it's so hard for me to tell. and it's just our, I don't know, it's really hard to tell, because when it's working you shouldn't really notice it that much, especially because those models are the same. So I think from medium to low it's working. From, wait, or did I flip that? Hold on, let's walk forward, right? I think it's medium to low works, low to medium. Hold on, I might be flipping that. I want to walk forward and see if it happens. Shit, I'm covering it up. Oh, this is confusing. I should be using a model that I know is different, because this has the same model between them. So let's refocus on. I wish I had maybe this for Cynthia. Maybe I should also like just scale one for debugging purposes, really big. Oh, this is so hard to do. I can try to force them in console, but that's a bit awkward. I guess I could try to force them in console, right? Yeah, we could do that. So if and how do I want to word this? If game.world, we're gonna dynamically swap these every now and then so the transition will work. Game.world, and we're gonna go between two different things. If game.world.time, I wrote world twice. Game.world.time, modulo, I don't know, 20 seconds, right? Is less than half of that, so we're gonna swap back and forth, right? Then we're gonna have else here, right? So every 10 seconds we're gonna swap our LOD. So we're gonna force everything to be medium, and we should probably console log. Yeah, we should definitely console log, but it's gonna console log for everything, which kind of sucks. I really don't want to do it that way. What do I have open there? What's that? It's like, I don't even know what that is. And then we want to do medium LOD, which will have our high LOD distance far, but our low LOD distance low. I believe, right? Yes. I kind of want to know which direction they're going in, but you know, if we could just fix them in both directions, it'll be fine. It'd be nice to be able to try to log that though, and I just don't want to do that because it's going to spam so much. Okay. Maybe I will though. So every 10 seconds it should swap. Maybe I want to bring that update rate a little bit higher. Yeah, you know, we'll spam console, it's fine. So we're just gonna console.log, and maybe I'll like do this a little bit less frequently. So we're not doing it on every chunk, but whatever, we'll spam it. Console.log, switching to medium LOD, or we'll write LOD 1 because that's the ID on it, right? And then this one is switching to LOD 0. And I think that should work. I think I'm doing everything right. So it should go from 0 to 19, and then, you know, is that right? Yeah, 0 to 19. Once it's over that, then it flips to this, and then it'll be under that, over that, under that, over that, under that, over that. Okay. Spam console, since it's the same message over and over, it might be okay, right? Because Chrome will, you know, condense them into that, right? So switching to LOD 0. Wait 10 seconds. We should have switching to LOD. Did I forget to rename it, or did I really just break this? Okay, so it only says switching to LOD 0. So I'm doing something wrong here. Game.world.time modulo 20, right? Well, let's pause. Too much shit's going on console, right? Way too much shit in console. Okay, that time it said 1. Oh, right, because we're also doing this every single frame, right? So let's just really, like, I know this is a stupid way to, like, limit it, but math.random is under 0.01. I know that's just stupid, but it's, you know, it's fine. It's just for us getting this to work, debugging. The code's not going to stay in there. I just want to have a way so we're not logging that constantly, and that's the easiest way right now. Okay, that's much better. Okay, so that was switching to LOD 1. I don't know why they don't all update instantaneously. So it definitely is broken for switching to LOD 1. And then we're going to switch to LOD 0. That might not have been broken. Hold on, let's watch that again. So next one, we'll be switching to LOD 1. That's definitely not right. And then we're going to switch to LOD 0 next. Okay, it's still broken on some. It's not broken on all though, which is strange. I guess that does make sense though, because it's working on the one, but not the one that has others next to it, right? The one that, I don't know how to explain it, but I think that technically makes sense. I don't know why they're not all happening on the same frame, and that might be a part of the issue. Why would they not all happen on the same frame? Or maybe they are. Hold on. Well, I guess that kind of makes sense for not to happen on the same frame, because no, it doesn't. That's not true. Just gonna write 2 LOD 0, right? And we're gonna move that's outside of here. That might be better, maybe. I don't know. And then that whole force code, right, is going to be 2 LOD 0, and then where we had force, whoops. We had force down here. We're gonna have this be called 2 LOD 0. Now, am I actually changing anything? I don't remember. Yes, because I moved this up outside of this conditional. Let's see if that's an improvement at all. I don't really think it will be, but maybe. Okay. So next one should be switching to LOD 0. Okay. That might have fixed it for just that direction. Okay, so next one will be 2 LOD 1. I should probably update the frequency of these, but it's not a bad update, bad thing. This will be 2 LOD 0. No, I still think there were some weird flashes. I gotta look at that again. It's weird, like it's kind of like random and it's confusing, so I don't know where I should be looking. Okay, that was 2 LOD 1. We know definitely 2 LOD 1 is broken. The 2 LOD 0, I'm not so sure, so I have to like really look. I think 2 LOD 0 is working. I think the weird things that are just flashing is just like the models that don't have that level of detail model, right? So that is working, which is good. So we want to also have a Boolean, right, for 2 LOD 1, and this is still kind of a shitty way to do this, but in theory that would be here, right? I don't know if we want to have it here or if we want to have it inside this conditional. I think I want to have it inside the conditional, and it should be ready anyway in this particular instance of testing because everything is already buffered, so that's okay. It might not be correct in the future when everything isn't buffered. I'm a bit worried about that, but let's just start with this. So let's look at where we're using that, right, which is over here. Now I don't know fully sure what I want to do with this, but it should be something along the lines of, thank you for the follow, Maturi. Maturi, thank you for the follow. So we can also just like throw a 2 LOD 1 right here, if either of those are true, right? I don't think it's as simple as that, but maybe it is. I don't think so. Hold on. I think we want to or here, I think. I don't think this will fix it. I don't know if we want and or here though. But let's just see what this does. So if we're moving to either of those LODs, basically, don't return. Okay, so that doesn't fix it. I didn't think it would. Let's look at 2LOD0 again. Yeah, the 2LOD0. No, it's not perfect. Why? It's like random though. Oh, that's weird. That wasn't happening before. Maybe it's my new conditional that I wrote. Hold on, maybe that new conditional broke it. Maybe I want to have and there instead of or something. Well, let's see if it's still broken for 2.0. No, that time it worked at 0. I gotta watch this for a couple minutes. I'm sorry. Okay, so that's 2.1. We know that's broken. And then see if 2.0 always works. Okay, it doesn't always work. Why is it random? Also, why do they not all update instantaneously? So we have some weird shit going on, right? They should all be updating the same exact frame. So that could be part of the issue, and maybe all this extra code I'm writing is not even necessary because it's not coming from here. It's coming from somewhere else where, like, I don't know. Am I doing some sort of thing where we return early on? We have this return here. So if there is no transition and this, okay, let's get rid of this return. Yeah, let's get rid of that return so it could do it every single frame. That could be an issue. That could be part of what was breaking it. And that would explain probably some of the randomness. I don't know how I'm going to go about fixing this in the future. But I think, okay, so that was our 2.0, which worked. Let's see if 2.1 works. Yeah, okay. All right. So I figured it out. I still think I did some very good fixes in the meantime. But the way we were returning, we can still do a return to optimize, but it needs to be per 4 chunks, per 2x2, not per, chunk. Especially if the LOD is medium or low. So we can do that. I'm curious if we need that 2LOD code, right? Because we still might technically need that. I think we do technically need that still because that model isn't always there. So this is still a good thing. Like, it's not like I wasted my time on there. My keyboard's starting to freak out again. The 2LOD1 is probably not necessary because it should be waiting for that model to be there. So let's just get rid of this. I'm going to put my laptop on my keyboard because I said that's what we're going to try next time. We're going to try that next time my keyboard starts freaking out and see if it's like a connectivity thing, right? Okay, so we don't care about 2LOD1. We only care about 2LOD0. Right, and then up here, we definitely don't want this. I'm pretty sure at least. Okay, my keyboard's not doing too great still. Where are our parentheses? Is that right? So we just need to get rid of, I believe, that one. Okay, let's paste this in and make sure this still, fuck off this fucking keyboard. I don't get it. It's random. I mean, still, yeah, it could be a connectivity thing, but on my lap is not improving it. Okay, so that was 2.1. Okay, I think it's working. If I like avert my eyes for just one frame, basically, though, it's so hard to tell. I should have them swap much more rapidly. I think it's working. So that's good. Then what I want to test, right, is get rid of this conditional to see if it was even necessary, right? So let's get rid of that. I think, and I hope it is necessary, because that means I didn't waste my time, and that was good programming that I spent time doing that for. I can't tell. All right, we need to up that frequency that we're swapping between them, right? So it's our time mod 20 guy, right? We're going to say this with like 5 and 2.5, so it's going to change every 2.5 seconds. Maybe that's a bit extreme, but waiting 10 seconds is way too long, right? Okay. So the 2LOD0 thing might have not been necessary, which is a bit surprising, because it's returning then if the model is not ready, right? Okay, maybe it was necessary. Let's see. Yeah, I just, no, that's not necessarily true. There might just be no low LOD for there. That's not true. Yeah, that's not true. There's just no low LOD models for that model, and there is medium LODs. Okay, so that's a bit shit that I spent time doing that. I was kind of looking in the wrong area, but it's fine. I'm finding it at least. I don't think I spent too long on it. Maybe only half an hour. I don't know. It's not a big deal. So let's get rid of all the instances of 2LODs, right? Because we don't want them. And then, let's see. What do I have to do next? Do I have to do anything next with this? Perhaps not. I do still kind of want to have this optimized where we don't have to do all this checking every single frame, which is what we were doing here. To optimize it, we were doing a return. If we didn't have a transition, and then right, we were doing it off the seed, so we were only doing on every few ones. This could work, but we want to generate a new seed based off our low LOD chunk size. So I'll just have our var low LOD seed. This is a bit stupid, but and then we want to have math dot seed at rand. I think we have it stored under. And we also have our u.c at rand. We can use either one, I think. And I think I have it set as random. But let me open up my utilities, because I really don't remember actually. Oh, maybe it's just seed at rand. Okay, I just lied. We do usually have it under u, and I think we can use under u. And maybe even math. So maybe we have it in 3 places. But as long as u.seed at rand is a thing, yeah. We're just going to throw some values in there. And it doesn't even need to be that great, right? If there's some repetition and patterns to it, it really doesn't matter that much. We just want to really make sure that it is grabbing these values. Let me see where that ends here. I think I'm doing this right. We don't have to do the mod operator on it. It's going to be kind of a bit of shit code here, and I'm sorry for that. Yeah, that should be fine. We shouldn't even have to offset that, I don't think. We might need to divide it by chunk size times 2 though, right? Because we want it to be a 2x2 thing. Is that right? Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, this is a real shitty way to do it, and it's gonna be, I shouldn't even do it with a seed really, but it's fine. So then we're gonna use our LOD seed here. And then let's see if this updates correctly. We want to do it in a 2x2 grid, right? So I get daytime, so I can see a bit better. And then, they won't all switch to the very same frame, so we don't have to check that as frequently. It just will do it the very same frame for that 2x2 chunk. Okay, very good. this is probably technically creating a pattern because the sum, I don't know if it is. We try to visualize it, but it probably is technically creating a pattern of some sort at least. Would it be? So if we had, maybe it wouldn't. Well, it would have a diagonal pattern off the axis, but if we're not close enough to being equal on our axis, like if our coordinates are not like 45, 45, right? If they're not the same, or like 100, 100, you know, whatever, then it would be okay. Yeah, I think it'll be fine. And if they are creating a pattern, you're not going to really see it anyway, so it doesn't matter. It's a bit of shit code that I had to write to get that to work. I don't really like how awkward and long that line is. But you know, it should be fine. This is just going to be, and we don't need to use our lower LOD seed. We could change them more randomly, more, distribute that random stuff a little bit more carefully with our higher LOD. But this is better, and we probably don't even want to do that. I just want to have a little note that's saying our low LOD seed is a seed that is the same in, this is not a great way to type this out, but in the 2x2 low LOD grid. Something like that for each chunk. I don't know. Something like that. It doesn't really matter as long as this is all working. So we can get rid of the switching LOD code, right? Get rid of all of this commented out. And that should be basically it. And that means we optimize all this and it's working and it's great. Hopefully. I'm gonna walk around the world and then I'm gonna encounter something else different. Oh, well, we need to test our negative and positive axes still. But I'm gonna walk around this a little bit, right? So we're at negative 743 and negative 1886, right? Let's make this a bit smaller. Oh, and we still need to figure out what happened to my shadows. I forgot about that. Damn it. And I might want to up this frequency a little bit. So this, I believe, is... Okay, that distribution shouldn't matter so much. But this is going to do it so it averages that it will update every single chunk within a half a... within a half a second, I think. Yeah, because the amount of frames, right? So if we did 30, that would be within about a second, right? And then we're multiplying that. Oh, but so it might be over 2 seconds. Mod. Yeah, where if we increase that for mod, it'd be over 2 seconds. It doesn't really matter, but I'd rather update a little bit more frequently. So let's do every 1 second. And then in theory also, we can return a little bit earlier if we're not doing any of these changes, right? But it should be fine. I just want it to be caught up a little bit faster. That way if we're moving around and stuff in the world at a fast rate, it just is always keeping up a little bit faster at least. You won't really notice it. Okay, so I'm going to walk around the world. I need to figure out my shadows. Keep figuring to do that. Everything looks like it's working. There's no weird popping in and out. I stupidly forgot that we were doing that so weird where we weren't doing everything in the same frame. Still weird pop-in at the very end. I thought we were supposed to be using our transition shader for that pop-in to make it a little bit less jarring. But maybe I'll increase the back distance or something, or change something with the shader so they scale in or fade in. They really should fade in with that transition shader. Don't know what went wrong. Okay, so let's teleport the player, right? So we're going to flip our z-axis. So game.world, world.player.position.z times equals -1. Whoops, -1. Okay. This will also be a good test of, our optimizations with teleporting, especially with subentities. Okay, pretty good. Not bad. Not bad at all. This is probably not the best biome to test this in. I probably should have held pause and kept teleporting until I found the biome that I wanted. But that's really well optimized now for teleporting, like really well. Like we have our whole world basically generate, even all our sub entities. I know we don't see them because we don't have medium or low LODs for the marsh entities. But wow, that like was really, really, really good. Oh, that's nice. I like that. And the marsh is kind of cool because it's like a flat, wetland, so it's like lowlands, and then we can see really far out because there's no mountains blocking our view, so we can see really, really far away mountains all around us. Okay, I don't want to be in this marsh to test this. I want to teleport until, okay, that's probably better. Oh, right, I didn't want to teleport per se. I just want to make sure our axes were, better. Not better. Not both negative because we're trying to see if they work with different values. Luckily, I did teleport though to negative and positive. So negative x, positive z, which is what we wanted to have anyway. So now wait for this all to buffer in and then make sure there's just not any weirdness. I guess one way that we can test this is by forcing our LOD again to all low LOD to make sure that's working. Because in theory, if it's in the wrong direction, it might get a little bit messed up. I mean, hopefully it's just working and it's fine. I mean, just right off the bat, we see stuff, so it's not completely broken. I kind of want to do a test that will involve a refresh, and that's not that bad if we have to do that. And again, I have to remember my whole shadows issue. I keep forgetting, but like I don't want to do it yet, but I know I'm going to forget. I'm probably going to end this stream and completely forget. Probably won't remember until like midway to the next stream, and I'll be like, wait, didn't there used to be shadows in this game? But just to like really verify that this is all working, I want to enable that terrain fragment stuff, right? I'm going to go back to grass vertex as well, or grass fragment as well, and discard those pixels again, even though I know they're not generated yet. And then we're going to run some tests. So I want to do reload shaders, right? We will have to reload the game as well. But first I want to set all of the LODs as a test to low LOD. Let's just go into the game, make sure things are working. Okay, they appear to be working. And we have that nice grid, right? And now, let's go to our low LOD dist stuff, right? So I'm just going to grab this bit here, write this in, and see if that is working. Whoops, zooming in. That actually should be enough to test this, I feel. I was going to go one step further. Maybe I should. And bring down our chunk size. Yeah, maybe I should. It shouldn't really matter if this does break as long as it looks okay in the game. It's just not how I'm expecting it to be. But that doesn't really matter if it's correct and it works. It doesn't matter if it's how I expect it. But basically, we want to bring down that adjust size, right? Back down to 1. And I just want to make sure, no matter what our axis is, and again, it doesn't really matter, but if it's going to be how I want it to be, the red areas will display nothing, and the not red areas will display our low LOD stuff. So let's refresh. Let's refresh and see if that works. And then if it doesn't, like, it's perfect, it's done. If it doesn't work, it still might be perfect and done. I need to be a bit more careful, since it will flip which is the chunk that we're generating on, and I don't know if there will be content set. So basically, we're assuming, you know, this is the one that generates the 3 others, right? But if we flip our axis, maybe it'd be this one that generates the 3 others. And, you know, depending on what assumptions I'm making, if I'm like assuming that certain things are always in this direction, right? It does some weird stuff that, you know, might create bugs further down the line. So we'll see how that goes. Hopefully it just works and I don't have to worry about it creating some sort of weird bug. Also, what is this async shit? Do I have that? Okay, it did work. Okay, please be in the right tiles. Yes. Okay, good. So I don't have to worry about flipping our axes and then weird shit happening. That's a relief. Cool. So like we're done. We'll work on shadows next, right? So put this multiplier back, put our shaders back. Right, and then oh right, and then in static as well, in the update function, let's not force these low LODs, right? I'll leave this here commented out if I ever want to just force them without swapping them over time, right? All right, let's paste this in. We actually don't have to because I'm gonna need to do a hard refresh anyway. And then I gotta look at what the hell happened to shadows. So I have a pretty good idea of where they started failing was when we started queuing our shadow data, and that's in our WebWorkers file. This bit right here, if shadow model queue buffer data. If we just complete them and do everything all in the same frame, I mean, maybe that's okay. I don't really want to do that, but let's see if that fixes it, right? And then if that fixes it, we can see if we can have it work with queuing. Let me just see if this is where it's breaking. It's also possible that this part is also breaking shadows. I don't think it is. And then once we have the shadows working, well, maybe not this stream, but hopefully soon I'll work on the loader issues for you know, the initial file load stuff. Okay, so do we have shadows? We may have to wait a little while for them to come in. And again, that lag spike right there only really happens when I have my mouse cursor unlocked and then I relock it. Otherwise, it's like really quite good. So far no shadows, but they might take a little while to come in. I think they would be here by now. It could be a chunk size thing. Yeah, it could be a chunk size thing. I don't think it would be though. I think it broke before we did chunk size thing. And even if it was a chunk size thing, we should still see shadows for a quarter of the chunks, which I don't think I'm seeing. I should have fixed this more immediately before we did that. But I'm pretty sure this broke before I even was doing things with those, whoa, we're in a town. Before I was even touching the code for like batching, you know, those 4 chunks together. So that didn't fix it. Oh, I think I might know. Maybe. Yeah. Wait. I gotta look at the Git stuff because I feel like I changed something. I feel like I might have accidentally changed the modeling. That might used to say shadow model. It probably did. How did I make that silly mistake? Okay, so if we look at Git, right, in Bitbucket or whatever, right? This is not Bitbucket. Well, it is Bitbucket, but it's source tray, right? Let's look at on WebWorkers file. It's probably something as simple as that. I just didn't take time to look at it yet. Yeah, it's as simple as that. So all these instances of model name, change the shadow name, or shadow model. It looks like that's what changed. Yeah. Okay, so in theory, I guess I'll do a hard refresh, see if this still works, and it should. Then we have like a lot of things fixed, and now maybe I actually will do the loader issue. I don't know if there will even ever be a solution for this loader issue. I guess one solution might be, I don't know, just minifying the files, both like maybe individually minifying each file, or combining all those files and then minifying them. It'll also do it running import scripts a lot of times. Well, not that I wanted to do eval on this, right? But since one thing we can test, right, and this would probably potentially work. If I go to chunk builder, right? So we're importing these scripts, and then like files that are like, really we probably could just have them stored somewhere else, and we have to only update them every now and then. It's pain to have to do that. Maybe we can try to have everything here, and then if there's another one that gets required, we have some sort of check in place that will just do import scripts on just those ones that are missing. And then every now and then I update our static list to go through, right? That would work. That would probably work. I like that idea. Okay, so we gotta wait for us to select. We have shadows back, so that's wonderful. Okay, so a few things to test. This is what we're pasting through with our files. I wish there was a way to look at like directories in JavaScript, like all the files in a directory. I don't think there is, but if there was, that would be a good way to do this. But it's what we're sending through with our model files and our subentity files, right? If we go to our init file, let's see how we're grabbing those files, right? So it's our loaded files, 6 files. Okay, so let's look at our load files array, right? So we have some different things going on here, but let's just see what's inside each one, right? So we have our main, models, properties, entities, particles, generics, and subentities. And we're passing through 1 and 6, right, which is our models and our subentities. Now, how are we generating these arrays and stuff? Let's look at, yeah, I think this might be a good improvement. It might slow down the load time somewhere. Well, I have a couple things to test. I have 2 different things to test. Where are we creating these load files? It's probably, okay, right. So for each something and something, and then we are writing that code. And then in scripts, we're defining load files, right? Oh, that's interesting. So, that's in our export scripts. That's fine. Maybe not. Maybe. I'm not sure. Because if we're using that in index as well, which I think I am, we can grab that. Thank you, Basic Panther. I don't know when you said that. Hopefully it was, it's a couple minutes ago. Sorry for missing that message, Basic Panther, but you said, I haven't played Friendlet since sometime last year. You've added a lot. Nice. Keep up the good work. Thank you for the encouraging words. It certainly helps. Right, so we're looping through it here. So in theory, if we go to, let's not send this anymore, and we don't really need this here. And then we can load them earlier, which still might not be the best way to do that because it's still a lot of import scripts, but maybe we'll be doing it at a more convenient time, like, at the very beginning. We want to, I wish there was a callback function on these, but there's not, but it should be fine actually because it's synchronous, which is a good thing. So we want to grab that file, right? So it's back 1 probably, so it'd be something like this. right? I think that's right. And then, oh, whoops, what's up with the backslashes? What's up with that? We don't want that. All right, and then that's exporting our script, so then we can grab that. We also don't need this log message probably anymore. No, we'll leave it. We'll leave it. Then we should be able to have our for loop and do this a bit earlier. Instead of waiting to do it later on in the init message, wherever the hell that is. Not here. Here. And that's only if data's not a init, but we don't need that there at all anymore. So we'll just have this as our chunk builder init it, like it's ready, right? We'll call this ready. And then we'll call it init it. And then we'll call this like load it. Fucking keyboard. Load it. All right, so load it. And then that's whatever we're doing in import scripts, right? Or export scripts. Let's look at that real quick because it's just an object that has all of the files ready for us, right? And then we want to go from our load files, right? For var file in load files, and then we want to do 1 and 6, right? This is kind of just moving it so we're loading the files earlier, so it might still be the same amount of time. We just have to wait. It might be fine. We'll see. Right, so we want to do this with load files. I'm a bit concerned. Oh no, it should be fine. And then here, load files 6. Right, and then that's files. Our index is that. So this is from our load files 6. Hopefully I'm programming that correctly. I'm pretty sure I am. Wait. Actually, I guess we could redefine files. We shouldn't have to do that. No, we shouldn't have to do that. So we shouldn't need this variable here, right? I don't think. So we'll just comment those out. All right. So this is test number 1. Test number 2 is to see if doing import scripts as a comma separated values arguments here for all of them is faster. That'll be test number 2. But test number 1, let's see if that even runs, and then let's see if that's even faster or slower or just moves it or what. So hard refresh. I probably don't even want to do it that way. Yeah, I don't want to even do it that way. I don't want to do a refresh. I want to like be on some other web page and then go to this. So let's close this tab and then go to this. Because we could be moving that loading to like this period here, this black screen period. So that's not the best. I'm not entirely sure if that's accurate to say because it'd be only once we create our web workers. So as long as we wait a little bit to create our web workers until we have that initial load screen, it might not be so bad. But this loader now should be faster by a lot. And it should have all the files it needs, hopefully, if I wrote that correctly. What's it waiting on right there? Is it stuck or is it waiting? Let's look at console. Okay, we have errors. Import scripts on worker global space. Failed to export import scripts on worker global scope. The script at that failed to load. Okay, so I might have messed that up. I did. Maybe. Hold on. If we look at our load files, right? Our load files has this. Oh, because it's our dot files of that. Whoops. All right. Sure, whatever. Dot files. Okay. Let's see. Let's close this, right? Let's reload. Okay, still issues. But I think I'm still doing something a bit silly. And I will find out what that is. Oh, this fucking keyboard. So it's load files, right? And then like we're doing @0 and then dot files, right? So that should be our, oh, is it not 0? Wait, we want models. Why am I doing 0? If we definitely want models, which I'm pretty sure we do, it's 1. It's not 0, it's 1. Okay, so that makes sense why that would be breaking. Okay, so let's try that again. Again, we might be moving our load time, so I might want to move that a little bit to somewhere else, especially if we can at least have that loading screen up, which we probably could. Okay, so this hopefully fixes things. This load screen should be much snappier, right? So just the only thing, yeah, okay. So the only thing this should be loading for the most part, although it's really slow, so I don't know what happened. Probably broke something. We have no errors, but it's like frozen. Maybe, and I want to be looking at it, but maybe it's that it's still loading the files here and this line never fired. I don't know. Okay, yeah, so now it started loading. So we might have just moved it a little bit. And we, in theory, to have this work again is try to have comma separated arguments. Although the best way I can think of that is, well, it might be okay. The best way I can think of that, if there's even an improvement, a performance improvement, is every now and then just having those scripts put in manually, and then having a for loop checking if the dynamic, not manual ones, are not included in the manual ones, and if they aren't there, then just import those few, and then every couple of weeks or whatever, I just have to update that list to keep it snappy. So yeah, I really want to look at user messages. This never fired. The chunk builder JS loaded never fired as far as I can tell, and I believe, I guess it wouldn't be created yet, as it would only work once the web worker is created, which I guess we're not doing quite yet. Maybe we should move. Oh, it is created immediately. So yeah, that takes a long ass time, and that's why the loader freaked out for a second. So if you leave it on the screen for a while, then you're good. Everything's ready, but that's only if you leave it on that screen for a while, which is a terrible solution. Now, solution number 2. We want to try to have a big comma separated value of this, right? So it's probably mostly this, and I don't think this will really speed it up at all. But in theory, if we did something like this, right? And this is for sub entities. I'm only going to worry about this because this is the most files. For models, models are big files, so maybe I should do both. Yeah, let's do both. I really don't even think this would make much of a difference, but it'd be nice if it does. Maybe I'll have to Google if somewhere on the internet talks about imports scripts and increasing their speed. You would, yeah, I don't know why it takes so long. I mean, it's not like I'm downloading the files, right? Because, we're on localhost, so there's nothing going through the internet. So that's not the issue. But it's still, that import scripts function is still funny with how it works. So, we just want to basically change these names a little bit. So everything in the beginning of our quote. So we'll start at the end, I guess. I don't like how Windows moves through text though. Yeah, that's a bit shit. Okay, if we had a space bar here, that should bring it back. Okay, that's good. So then we should be able to hopefully go through this fairly easily. I'm gonna also have that comma there, even though we don't really need it. We're not gonna really want it. I'm just trying to make it so we can paste this here, right? So it's our models, and then here we want to have .js at the end of all of these, right? .js, and then at the very end of that line, we want to, well, I guess we can do that. And then at the very end of the line, we don't want that anymore. This fucking keyboard. And I'll comment this line. Whoops. So we'll have this for all of them. I will probably comment this out for now, although we will want to have some sort of for loop, right? Eventually, because the ones that are not put in there manually, we want to be able to just get dynamically. The very few that I don't include as we add things, and then I need to manually do this process. Although I can build a script to, I still have to update the file itself manually, but I don't necessarily have to, name everything so manually each time. I can build something that does that for us automatically. But the idea is to call import scripts, and since that lets you do more than one file at a time, this might actually be a lot better. I don't know if that's how the API or whatever works, if that is any different than just calling it over and over and over, but it'd be really nice if this magically makes things better. So this keyboard is still freaking out for no good reason. Oh my god, look at this. Look at this. What the fuck? Holy shit, what just happened? What the? Okay. Hold on. Close this file. Don't save. This keyboard is going to delete all my hard work. What the fuck? Holy shit, that was scary. What was that? Maybe I should turn off this keyboard and use my crappy wired one. I gotta buy a new one. I don't want to. It's too expensive. Especially because I would probably want to try a mechanical keyboard, but I don't want to waste my money on it because I never tried one before. I know everybody in chat's like, you should use one. But I don't want to spend probably over $50, probably closer to $100 something on a nice mechanical keyboard, right? And then turn out that I don't even like mechanical keyboards, right? I should try to find, I have an older Apple keyboard that has a nice, it's a fuller keyboard, has a numpad and everything. I like the one I'm using. It just is obviously freaking out, and I guess at the end of its life. It could still be the dongle, I guess. I still do need to try to move that towards the front, but I don't know. It's weird. I feel like a keyboard, even with connectivity issues, should never do anything like that, because that's really bad. Okay, so here we're going to do .js. It's still freaking out. Holy shit. And then in theory, we want to have this outside the for loop, right? This will just magically, in fact, we could even just do it inline here. We'll put a little space here to say that we're changing our folder, right? I'll just write I'll have a little comment here. This is for sub entities. And I'll have a little comment here. This is for models. And in theory, if this works, we can also do the same. We can have this all as one big thing. Hopefully this is synchronous. If it's not synchronous, then we have other issues, but I don't think this will make a difference anyway. So let's do a hard refresh. Hopefully my keyboard freaking out, me closing the file, not saving it, is okay. We didn't lose anything. I think it'll be okay. At least at the very worst, I have everything recorded so I can copy what I did by rewatching my past broadcasts. That would be terrible. We obviously never want that to happen, but at least there's always a video evidence backlog of everything that I've programmed. Okay, so it still hasn't loaded them. Okay, it did load them kind of faster, although the screen was black for longer. But let's just see. Let's I want to load this completely new, right? New tab. And then go from here. I should probably even have a timer. I probably should have been timing this to, really compare if we're making improvements. I'm gonna go on my phone, right, and start a timer and try to click enter at the same time, right? So now, okay, so black for a while. I'm gonna try to do a lap for when it stops being black. Black for quite a while. We can try to, I don't know, black for a really long time. Really fucking long time. This seems like it's random sometimes too, because it's not always this long. Definitely not always this long. So this is not a very good test because it's already been 22 seconds, so we don't see anything. Okay, and now I'm gonna do lap, and okay, now it's good, but we still don't have all those files loaded. So then I'm going to stop when we have, okay, now all the files loaded. So it took a total of 34 seconds. It took a total of 27 seconds for it to start even showing the screen, and then it was an additional 7-ish seconds, right? For it to load those files in. Now I'm going to reset everything, right? And I'm going to do a refresh this time, I guess. Yeah, so refresh, start, and let's see if it's accurate where it still takes that long, because I don't think it does. So it's black, right? And then, okay, so that time it's much less time, right? And then wait for it to load the files. Okay, the total overall time is probably the same, but that black time was definitely shorter. It still hasn't loaded the files. Still hasn't loaded the files. Fuck. Okay, now it has. So that overall actually took a little bit longer. Obviously the black time was shorter, but the overall was a bit longer. Now we don't have to wait for that to load before we go into the world and everything. We can do that while we have that like blue ring loader going, but it won't go into the actual game until at least these files are loaded. So it's still going to take basically 30 to 40 seconds before you can get into the game, maybe a little bit more than that. So that's kind of a bummer. It's probably not that bad because, like, as we were talking about before, I'm assuming I don't really play these games, but I'm assuming, a lot of games out there, like AAA games, they're giant textures and giant file sizes nowadays. Takes a while to load. I use the example like GTA 5. I've never played it, so I don't know, but that's just a game that I can think of that I think is really large and probably has long load times. It probably takes longer than 30 to 40 seconds to go from initialization, right? Just like starting the game up and actually like getting into the game. That's probably longer than 30 to 40 seconds, even if you go through all the menus really quick, right? I don't know if that's true, but like that 30 to 40 seconds, people might be a little bit used to if you're gaming. I don't really know. Yeah, it's a web game, so it's a bit different. But like even on, I just got a Switch recently, and like even like Animal Crossing, that sometimes takes a while to load up. I feel like I didn't time it, but I feel like sometimes it's even more than that 30 seconds. So maybe that's not that bad. Obviously I would prefer if this was going faster. And it seems like it makes no real difference to do it this way versus do it this way. So it's better to do it that way. Maybe I'll leave this here as one really long commented out line. Let's have this so these comments can be inline, right? And I'll just get rid of this, and I'll have it there, but I'm going to comment out the line just in case, I decide that's something we do want to do in the future. There's a trillion comment, but I guess it didn't care. And not that one, just this one, right? It's all one thing. All right, so it doesn't really help file load time. I mean, I can do another test and see what it's like, just for the fun of it, right? So let's get my timer open again. We're going from a hard refresh this time, but we did the last time as well. So it was like, I think 34 seconds the first time, and then like 40 something seconds the second time. Okay, so we're gonna go with the hard refresh. Start the timer. Oh fuck, that's not what I want, is it? No, start a stopwatch. Damn it, I fucked up. All right, we're gonna do that again. But as long as this is, under 50 seconds, then I don't think doing it this way versus this way is any different, really. Unfortunately, my timer got messed up. Right. Okay, so we're going to do that one more time, unfortunately. This time I won't mess up my cell phone timer, right? So now, hopefully I did a hard refresh. I couldn't really tell, but whatever. Okay, so I'm going to do a lap. So it took about 9 seconds to get off the black screen, which is about the same as the first test. And then we still don't have the files loaded. It's been 18 seconds. It's been 25 seconds. I will read the thing in chat in a second. I just don't want to miss when this loads. It's been 35 seconds. It should be coming in any second now, hopefully. Otherwise, maybe the other method is slightly faster. Obviously not. Okay, now it's about the same. Load it, 43 seconds. It's about the same. If you recall correctly, GTA 5 takes around 50 seconds to launch. That's not including the launcher starting and logging in. Okay, so like, I mean, I'm not a gamer. I don't really know, but hopefully people that play this game won't be too annoyed at about 40, maybe 50 seconds to get into the game. Now that's me testing this on localhost. It might be a little bit different, especially depending on your internet speed. I mean, yeah, my file sizes are pretty small, so it shouldn't be that bad. But you know, this is on localhost. We're not actually downloading stuff from the internet. I can try to run the server and do that, but my internet is fairly fast. I think I have 100 megabit. I mean, yeah, I know there's a lot of people that have faster, but you know, once you're at like around 100 megabit, I don't think it's going to make that big of a difference. I think it's going to be fairly negligible. I think it will probably be a 1 second difference at most between 100 and faster. But you know, if you had really shit internet, like, you know, 5 megabits per second, then it's going to take longer to load the game. I mean, a lot of stuff will hopefully be cached, so hopefully you only have to do that once, and then most of those things, when you load the game again, and if you're playing like daily or whatever, that cache can be reused multiple times. Okay, so ideas on how to fix this. One idea is to just merge these into one giant file. I don't know if that would help. Also, let's look at documentation. Let's Google. Let's see if somebody has a solution already. Maybe there's just something different with the API that you can do. So let's just Google like JS web worker import scripts speed. I don't know, something along those lines. No. Slow. Maybe. Web worker execution appears to be much slower than main thread than the main thread. I don't think that's really describing what we need. Maybe like load slow. I want it to be like specifically about import scripts, right? I can look at like documentation just for that, but I don't. That's not what I want. I want somebody else having an issue like this, because we're loading all the same files on the main thread, right? And it's fine as far as I can tell. Yeah, loading all the same files on the main thread, and it takes maybe at most sometimes maybe 9 seconds, but really much fewer, because that black screen is probably like that loading on the main thread. All the same files should be on the main thread, I believe. Not sure that's 100% true. Maybe I'm not using some of these on the main thread, but I'm pretty sure I am. So if the main thread can load them, you know, in under 10 seconds, the worker thread should be able to as well. Now maybe it's because we have so many web workers doing it at once, and that's a thing. So we can test that out next. Yeah. So when we have a init and we're creating our web workers, right? This will not have the game work, but it'll just give us information about, right. So when we're creating a web worker, where are we doing that? I don't know if it's in this file, engine.workers. So maybe we have, where are we, this is not the creation. This is like the init message sending it to it, but the workers already create it. I don't know what file I'm doing that in. Here, new workers, right? So let's just manually, right, have this. So this is 1 and this is 1, so it should only fire once, I believe, right? pretty sure. And look at if that helps, because if that helps, we can have fewer web workers and that'd be fine. I don't have a timer. I should have done a timer. Okay, that might have helped. I mean, the game won't run automatically like this, I don't think. But that gives us an idea of why this might be failing. Okay, so let me go to my stopwatch and then hard refresh, start the timer. Okay, so it still hasn't loaded them. It's been 13 seconds. Okay, so that is an improvement. So that's very interesting to know what's going on with that. So we could have fewer web workers and the game would probably keep up just fine. So it's not like it runs them all at once. I don't know why it wouldn't and why we can't do that. I guess it like waits for this one to be loaded and then does this and then waits for this one to be loaded and then waits for this one to be loaded. Something along those lines, I guess, is what's happening. It should, you would think, just be able to have each web worker doing its own thing. Why can't each web worker do its own thing? Why do we have to wait on this? Let's look at the functions for this, right? JS new worker, something along those lines, worker API, right? So something like this. Let's just, we have options. Okay, let's see what those are. So we have types. We're not using those options currently, right? Let me just make sure of that. No. Okay, so maybe there's some options we can pass through to make them not synchronous. We can also probably log. No, but they are all going at once, it seems, because they're not doing one at a time, because otherwise, if that were the case, we'd be getting one logging, right, and then waiting like 10 seconds, and then another one logging, and then waiting 10 seconds, and then another one logging, and then waiting 10 seconds. So I don't think it's necessarily that, but still, these options might help. Okay, so we have a type, which is DOM string specifying the type of worker to create. The value can be classic or module. If not specified, the default is used as classic. Okay, I don't know what the difference is between those. We should look into that. We can pass through credentials, which is a DOM string specifying the type of credentials used by the workers. The value can be omit, same origin, or include. If not specified, or if the type is classic, the default is omit, no credentials required. I probably don't need that. And then we have name, a DOM string specifying an identifying name for that, for this, for that, blah, blah, blah. We don't need names. That's not going to help us for performance. I mean, we could do names, but that's not the issue right now with performance, right? Now module, that might be something we want. I don't know. Let's try to find what types we're doing, right? I guess it's not in this file, in this excuse me, that web page, but let's look at worker type module, right? I mean, we could just switch to module and see if the game still works, but I feel like it won't. Something about being with ES6. The file's not written with ES6, so on. So here's our Googling, right? I mean, we could just switch it to module for a second and see what happens. I'm quite sure it won't like that. And even if it did like that, I don't think it would fix our loader issues. But if it did, that'd be a really cool thing. So we want to have an object, I believe, right? That's what we're passing through. Yeah. And then so we'll do that here. Whoops. So I initially had 3 and 4. We got to remember that. Let's have it here commented out, right? With 3 and 4. And then Here we want to have our options with type, right, as a string of module, right? Pretty certain it won't work with like this. Okay, so do we already have errors? Yeah, so we already have errors. Apparently modules don't support import scripts. That might not be a bad thing necessarily, because that means modules import scripts a different way, possibly a much faster way. So we got to research what the hell modules are. In theory, if they're just JavaScript code that we can just run regular, I don't know how it would work. Let's see. So JS module web worker, right? Something along those lines. Need to find some sort of documentation on modules specifically, right? How to import modules? Well, this is interesting. This is from 2017, right? And they're saying, you know, you create a module like this, and they're saying for now you have to use import scripts, right? I guess that's changed since 2017 because it says module scripts don't support import scripts. So at a time that was the only thing they gave you, and now they don't even give you it at all. So this is, I guess, a fairly new thing. Looks like we can do some stuff with require. This is a more recent answer, right? This is in 2018. So it says, for me, assigning to self worked well, but it says I've put import in another JavaScript file, ABC import it. And in the service worker, we can do require. In this way, it is accessible inside the worker. I mean, this looks easy to do. This, I don't fully know what's going on. So that would be like if we had functions inside there with ABC, and then we're importing just those functions from that file. Is that what that's doing? And then I don't know what exporting is. We can try something like this, where we do like a require or something. That's in the service worker, we do require. So it'll be self is that. Can we just call require and it'll just work instead of import scripts, and then like we're good? Because that'd be nice instead of having to do all that stuff. Because self is already just global namespace, right? That's just defining it on something. Maybe we don't have to do. I don't know. I highly doubt this will work, but let's just magically, you know, we'll have everything change import scripts to require, and then, you know, hope that that just magically fixes everything, right? I selected a little bit too much there. I don't want to select those bottom things. So we're just going to assume modules magically fix everything, doing require magically fixes everything, and that it's all going to work. Is this going to work? Absolutely not. But how lucky would I be? Okay, so we still want to have that type as module. Okay, let's refresh. Okay, require is not defined. So there's that. My keyboard's still freaking the fuck out. Maybe because we have to do that import export stuff. You'd think require would still be defined in some way, right? That function should still be okay. So this person commented, then where are you getting require from? And then there's some webpack shit. Okay, we're not doing that. That's not how we're doing it. So let's just look up maybe module, JS module web worker for import scripts, right? Something like that. How to import modules. We tried that, right? That didn't work. I mean, this is just the documentation for import scripts. Do they mention anything about modules here, though? No. I don't even know what modules are and if we even want to use them and if they'd even help. However, Googling with my skill of Googling, right, is not telling me things. Okay. How could I require modules in worker instances? So again, this is even older code saying only import scripts is supported, but clearly that has changed. I just can't find the new method. Require doesn't work. Import scripts doesn't work. Like, what is it? New threads.worker? I don't think I want that. Is it? What the fuck is that? Hold on. Is that vanilla JavaScript? So let's see if we have like new worker, right? That's a thing, right? Is new threads a thing? No. Okay. So that's something else. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with this then. I don't know. Maybe I don't have to worry about this load time thing because again, it's not super duper important because if it takes 30 seconds to load the game or whatever, it's not the end of the world. If I can bring that down, yeah, it'd be nice. One other way without doing modules, because I have no idea what they are, if they'd even help. Maybe I'll ask when more people are watching the stream. Maybe you need Webpack. I don't know. Let's not worry about that too much. Hopefully, I'll remember to ask about that on stream at a later date. So other solutions, right? So now we're back to where we were. Other solutions. One would be merging these files into one big file and maybe minifying and doing some stuff like that. I guess that would work. I mean, we'd have a really, really large file, like a probably multi-megabyte file. But in theory, that would work. I don't know if it would speed things up because I don't know what is the issue with this. I mean, if we just create fewer web workers, that's also a solution, and we can do that. It's nice to have more web workers. I like to have them, but each one apparently has to load them, and like it's not like they all load them at the same time. They load them kind of one by one, but not literally that, because then it would be logging this and then waiting and then logging this and then waiting. Instead, it's if we do more than one, it slows it down, but then they still all load at the same time. So it's a weird thing. It's like doing them one by one, but then not executing. I guess that makes sense. Maybe. Kinda, not really. All right, well, if we have fewer web workers, which is definitely something we can do, let's see what this is like. So we will have 4 times fewer web workers, okay? We will have, so it should have a 4 times faster load speed, right? We probably don't even need one of the chunk builders that we have somewhere else as well, so that would be a little bit faster as well. But let's just try just this and run some timers and see if this is an improvement. So 1 worker per LOD, and then wherever the hell we were doing checking our workers, which I guess is in probably static, I guess, right? Let's see what we're doing with that. Keyboard is terrible. Right, so here we're doing stuff with setting an index. Now our index will just always be 0, right? So we're just always going to use that one. So I'll just set this here. We also don't even need to set the name. We don't even need that index variable there. But this should load a lot faster now. I'm going to have a timer, right? Okay, so starting now. Instead of getting into 40 seconds, we should get into maybe 20 seconds. Okay. Still didn't load. Oh shit, maybe it did. I gotta click there. Okay, it didn't. Still no load. Okay. It's an improvement. That was 21 seconds, so it's maybe half, maybe a little bit less than, or a little bit more than half of what we had, because like it ranged between like 35 to maybe 45, I think was a range. So on average, if that's 40, right, it's about half. We can try again, right, just see if it's pretty consistent. So again, starting now. Oh wait, I did a lot. I paused the timer. God damn it! Why is it like that? I have to reset the timer manually. Okay, that didn't work. So starting now. Also, this is going to be doing a hard refresh, so some of this can be cached. It will maybe be, you know, if it is going to use cached, it would be faster the second time around. Okay, it's been 17 seconds. Hopefully they'll come in soon. Yes, okay. So it was again 21 seconds. So yeah, it's like half the speed here. Now we can bring that down even a little bit less, because one of these files is probably technically not that necessary. The chunk builder, I don't know how much we're using that. So like these are for each lot, and then one of them's for like chunk building blocks. So instead of getting block data in the main thread for like elevations and stuff, we calculate them and send them back into the main thread. I don't even know if I'm using that right now. But in theory, that would bring it down as well. Now let's see if this game runs and how it runs with the fewer web workers, because that's a concern as well. I don't know what this last little waiting of loading is. Oh, yes, I do. We have to change our our load count, right? Our max load count, which I think is like in UI or something stupid. So it is loaded, it's just not letting it load. What do I have it called? I don't even know. I thought it was, yeah, UI.js. Yeah, this guy here. So we want to see what our count is, right? 167. So we're using magic numbers here for now. I know we shouldn't be, but it's okay. Okay. And then if we just put that into console, hopefully that'll just allow it to work. I think it will. Let's iterate our loader again. I don't know if we need to pass through the amount. Okay, let's just iterate that falsely and see if that helps. Okay, I think that helps. I don't know why changing the max value there doesn't help, right? We did change it. Yeah, we did. So it's a bit strange. Okay, so this is with one web worker. So it still generates the world here fairly okay. I mean, yeah, we see fewer of it, but we at least see the stuff near the player, right? But just in general, it might not be the best. All right, let's see what this is like. So medium and low loads, I think if I'm looking at this correctly, those chunks are able to keep up like this. So maybe we can try to have a little bit more delicate balance. Maybe we can combine the medium and low loads into one worker, and then, or no, the medium and high, sorry, I'm saying the wrong things. The medium and high into one worker, since it seems like it's fairly keeping up, and then have the other two dedicated just to low load stuff. But this chart will help us see how bad this is. It's really not that bad. And then also part of the loader, probably, you know, we're only testing our chunk builder, but in theory, we have the same issues with like our terrain builder and stuff. So if we have too many of those workers, we have to be a bit more careful. But we have much smaller and fewer files for our terrain than we do our our chunk builders. Let me look at what we have in terrain though, because we may have a little bit extra unnecessary stuff, which will help us improve the load time. So that's in the, what is it called? Terrain builder, right? Let's see what kind of files we're calling here. So let's look at everywhere we call import script and see if it's just right here. Yes, okay. So yeah, nothing crazy at all. These are small files, not a lot of files. That's pretty good. No crazy big model files. That's good. Am I storing, where am I doing that stuff with the, yeah, I'm doing them down here, but that's probably a good thing. So that one shouldn't be an issue. I'm gonna look at our grass builder as well, just to see if there's anything there that it can be improving, but it's probably a similar situation, yeah. So those should really not be an issue. Now we can again try to combine our high and medium LODs, right? Since they seem to be keeping up fairly well, and just dedicate 2 workers to the low LOD. But now that we got past that initial load, right? Let's see if the low LOD keeps up. I mean, the high and medium should definitely. But let's see if the low LOD keeps up, because it might. And then this improves a lot. Improves load time, improves performance, improves everything that what we've done today. I mean, unfortunately, I'm thinking of another reason why I might need a different web worker. What the hell happened there? What is going on there? Do we still have some issues? God damn it! What is? Yeah, we still might have some weird issues with that. I thought I fixed that. Why is this bug never go away? It just never goes away. All right. Well, I'm probably not going to fix that now. But maybe we'll look into that into the future. I can test one thing real quick. I don't really want to though. Okay. I'm gonna test some things real quick, distracting me of, fixing the issues that we have. But let's see. Let me think what we have to do here. So that's where they're disappeared. If we go into static, right, we're going to static, and I think it's the medium LOD still it's disappearing, right? It still could be that 2 LOD issue, I guess. No, but that's just transition, so it shouldn't be that. So this is staying disappeared, right? So it's I don't think this will fix it, but I want to get an idea of what's happening here. So if this does fix it, then I don't understand as much as what's happening. Okay, so let's see what happens with this. Okay, so that doesn't fix it, and I didn't expect it to. Okay, now here we can change our offset again. We're using our Z adjust values. Where else are we using that again? I don't remember. No, I'm not. So let's take that off of here and see if that helps. It does, but that doesn't mean it fixes it. That could just move it. That could just offset our issue. I think it might be offsetting our issue as well, but it's hard to tell because there's a mountain in my way. Okay, so possibly that fixes it. Unfortunately, it's one of those bugs that you don't really encounter that often. Okay, well, we're encountering it this way, it looks like. So that does not fix it. Now it's still like it could be a weird offset where it's like on one axis, or it could be that whole positive negative thing again that we're talking about, right? Shit. So that was with a negative axis, right? So now I don't know how I want to necessarily flip it, but now that we have negative positive, so z is positive, let's like do that there and see if this fixes it. And then we know we'll do like math.sine off, the coordinates, hope that makes sense. So where's the one that we're looking at? We're looking at this guy here, right? So if I walk toward it, I believe it was disappearing. Yep, okay. So let's leave that disappear. Let's paste this new code in, right? Okay. So if my assumption is correct about our axis being negative and positive and everything, that just means that for a negative, right? So we want to have something here where we multiplies by some sort of thing. So let's just call this our x sign or something, right? Is our math.sine. And I kind of want to flip these, I think, because we want this to be positive, right? We want this to be positive for negative and negative for positive. So we're just going to have negative game dot, not game, our position, our this dot position dot x. Hopefully that's okay. That might get a little bit weird at 0, 0, or 0 on the x and 0 on the y. I mean 0 on the x and 0 on the z. It should work if we're very far offset of those, but it might get weird where we need to offset this a little bit by half of a chunk size or something. I'm not really sure, but let's just see what happens with this. So we want that as our x sign and this as our z sign. This keyboard is freaking out and it sucks. And then here, and then we're going to multiply it. I'm still going to leave our times one. I know it's not doing anything, but just in case we want to have that do something different in the future, we probably never will because I'm getting a better idea of what's happening here. But since it's still buggy, I'm going to leave that in because it's not fully fixed for sure yet. Okay, so we're going to have this. Hopefully everything is rendering. I'm going to walk towards that tree, make sure it's still rendering, but we shouldn't have really changed anything, so it should be working. So hopefully that fixes it. And we did have an issue with negative and positive axes, but now it's hopefully corrected. And hopefully at axis 0, it doesn't get weird. I think it'll hopefully be okay. So like, ta-da, it's fixed, hopefully. Right, so what is next? I mean, so it seems like our low LOD kind of keeps up, It does go up to about 6 or so seconds. So it's not the best. So if I was walking more consistently, right? We're just going to constantly walk, right? Never stop, never pause, just walk, walk, walk. Let's see if it keeps up. Okay, so I'm going to look at that, right? So it's going up to 9 seconds now, 10 seconds. So we might have to have an extra worker for low LOD and then combine medium and high. My biggest concern with that, and I still don't, this still might be a bug, I'm not sure. Shit, we never fixed that bug perhaps. I'm not sure why that bug is even a thing, but there's a bug with our sub-entities now where they're not detected always. They're probably detected for that quarter of chunks, probably, hopefully. I'm not actually sure. We can luckily have that shader thing on where it shows. Okay, so that one worked. Okay, let's see. Okay, that still kind of kept up at these movement speeds. It did get up to 10, but then even while I was still walking, even though like maybe I turned a little bit, it still kind of kept up. Now we want to go back to terrain, right? fragment. No, not that one. Terrain fragment. And we want to re-enable this code and figure out what's going on with subentities, because I forgot about that issue. U.reload shaders. Okay, so it does seem like it is only, so if I try to like pick some of these plants, right, it doesn't have subentity data on those. That does not work. Hold on, I'm getting emails so I gotta look at real quick. What is this email I just got? No idea what this is. Okay, whatever. So yeah, I can't like interact with these ones, right? Now if I try to find one that is in the not red zone, yeah. Okay, so pretty good idea of what is breaking and how it's breaking, but like not really why it's breaking. If that makes any sense. So we have to look at our subentity stuff, right? I don't know if I want to look on the main thread side or the worker side. Also, maybe I shouldn't do this all right now. Maybe I should do it off stream or just save it for the next stream. Because I streamed quite a bit today, right? It feels like, at least. I'll see what this is going to entail and see how complicated it looks, and then maybe it's something really quick and obvious, and I just be like, oh, because I need to do this, and then it'll be fine. So in Chunk Builder, we're doing stuff with our subentities and sending messages, right? And we only want to do it for LODs, for LOD 0, right? And that kind of explains, it's only the ones on LOD 0, and we're not doing anything on those for LOD 0. So it kind of explains why this one's working, and the others are not. However, this one should be generating all the other ones. So it doesn't really explain it. So we have not here. I think I'm calling it like chunk subentities. Yeah, this guy here. So if our LOD is 0, we look at all of our chunk subentities and then push them back into the web worker. Let's see what else we're doing with that, right? So we have this here. We're pushing them here if we have a placement on LOD 0, and that should be using that larger scale, which we are. So I'm hoping, and it looks like the issue is not on the worker side, but probably how we parse and interpret that message on the main thread side. I'm hoping. So we want to open our web workers file and then look at what's the message type for that? That's 10. So this is our okay. Okay. So I have an idea of what's happening here, but not fully. Okay. So it's trying to put those subentities. This is probably failing here, right? First of all. Maybe. But it's only going to have this for every fourth one anyway. So let's look at what we're doing with this dot entity, because we're probably pushing them in, right? That gives the parent. It should still be having them though. So it has the subentities. Maybe we have to check our our position or something, but it should still be having it so that that 1/4 of entities has the other 3/4 of entities within it. And then we're doing an update subentities the first time. All right, let's look at static real quick. What else are we calling? Okay, that's not a function, apparently. That's fine. It doesn't really matter. But this is where we're updating our subentities. Right, so that's where we're doing our file update, and then we have a closer update as well. That's if our, where are we doing that? So we have our, where are we doing that? Okay, here we go. So this distance might need to be increased, which kind of sucks. I might, there's not really a good way around this. But let's multiply this by 4 and see if this fixes it. I don't think this will fix it automatically, because it's like so just right on the border, and if this was the issue, it wouldn't be right on the border, I don't think. Oh shit, maybe that does fix it. And then it might not rework again because it didn't rebuffer that one yet. So let's just try like this one over here. Okay, maybe it doesn't fully fix it. Maybe that one just, I don't know, was close enough to the edge where it worked. That one works, and this one does not. Okay, so I don't think we fixed it. I don't know what that one, why that one worked, but this is not going to necessarily fix it here, but it might be something we need to do eventually, because each bit is not getting not getting subentities. It's every, it's 25%, so we have to have a 4 times larger area for updating subentities now, which kind of sucks. We can have a separate loop for doing subentities. It just is going to take longer on the web worker to generate. So that kind of sucks. We would need to loop through everything again at the at the quarter scale, not the 4 times scale, right? And then generate them and resend them out. But this is creating a new subentity at these positions. It assigns the parent. It rebuffers it, and then we push it into the entities, subentities, and then if it has a far update, we push it into the far update subentities on there. So this code looks fairly correct. I mean, yeah, probably wouldn't be doing the closer ones, but we shouldn't need that. If no subentities there, then we just return and we are splicing that. I probably don't want to be splicing that because we're probably not doing that anymore. But it doesn't really matter because it's an array that should basically stay empty. It's just a bit silly to be doing that. That's all. Which makes me feel like it is probably. All right, well, so we could try to, I don't know, find what subentities are being sent through and see what range they're at and stuff. If we like loop through our max and min like X positions, to get like basically like a bounding box of our sub entity positions. We can see if it's generating them in 28 or in 56. And this one has to be multiplied by 4. It has to be multiplied by 2 because it's distance, right? So we just be doubling our distance for those, which is not that bad. I'm going to have times 2 there for now because I think it'll be okay. I think we're going to need that in the long run once this is working. Pretty sure. Although it might need to be a little bit larger than that because we're going, no, I think that'd be fine. I hope. I have to change how we're doing our distance check. I kind of want to see if a far update function would work. We basically know it wouldn't because we're letting it have a much larger, like we did 4 times the distance and still didn't work. So that's not the case. It's still either like the main thread or the worker thread. Obviously, it's the only 2 choices, but it's either that on the worker thread where only sending them for a quarter of the spaces, right? Only that one chunk in that 2x2 chunk area, or something on the worker thread where I'm interpreting that message. Seemingly though, where we're doing stuff with chunk and sub entities, right? I checked for that. It's part of model static. Where we're pushing it though is still like in the larger for loop, right? We have our x adjust in here, so we should be doing it 2 times the size on the right ones for a lot of 0, and it's that starting point, right? That corner chunk in the 2x2. Then we increase our size by 2, otherwise we don't do anything, we just return. But we increase our size by 2, so that 1 should be doing that for the 3 others. We're pushing our chunk sub entities, and then we're sending the message so everything looks right. So we send that message. 10, we have our chunk X, chunk Z, our rebuffer. We can sort through this again somewhere, either here or further down, to get the X and reorganize them. That would, I guess, work. We'd have to loop through all of our entities and put them in their own chunk again. But technically that would work. And I guess I'd like that solution most, as long as there's not a whole lot of overhead to it. But there really shouldn't be. Let's log chunk sub entities real quick. I'll have to refresh, but that's an okay thing because it doesn't take so long to refresh anymore, which is really nice. So I want to see what that data is. So when we're parsing through it to put them back into their own chunks, it won't be so hard. Pausing won't really help because pausing does not pause our web workers. It'll pause our requests for them, which is good. But it's our one-dimensional array. And I believe how it works, if I would like to unfold these if I can, but there's too much going on a init. Too much shit going in the console, right? And it's too large of a thing that it doesn't really let me do that. But that's okay. We don't really need to. I can see enough data here as it is, right? In fact, we can just like copy this, right? And put it, I don't know, here to parse through just to see what's going on. We also could just look at what it's doing, but I believe this is our ID, our X position, maybe our Y position, which we really shouldn't need, and our Z position, and then again ID, X, Y, Z, ID, X, Y, Z. I don't really know why we have the Y. Yeah, I guess we should have the Y. It's not super necessary. We can always calculate on the main thread, but I guess it's nice to not have to redo that calculation. I guess I figured at the time, if we already had the Y done, why recalculate on the main thread, right? Why do spend that extra computational power on the main thread of all things? Because it's better to offset it to, a worker thread. So I guess it makes sense to do that. So I want to just look again, right, at chunk sub entities. Right, so X and then Y, X, Y, it's I and then X, Y, Z, right? So I want to do that again, but we want to rebuild it and send a new message for each one. So we want to have a for loop, right? This keyboard is really shitty. Come on, keyboard. I will try my best before next stream to find wherever the hell that other keyboard's packed away. Unfortunately, I'm not really sure, and it could be anywhere, and it could be packed away in a box that's hard to get to or something. But I will try to look for that. I'm just trying my best to think of if it's in one of my boxes in this office. There's a ton of boxes with shit packed away. Yeah, I don't know. Where could it be? I'll try to look for it. I'll also probably try moving the dongle. I guess I could do that right now, but it's going to disconnect my keyboard and then that's okay. I have a wired one. Yeah, I'm gonna be back in like 2 minutes, probably less. I'm just gonna move the dongle from the back to the front. Okay, so maybe that'll work. Is my keyboard still connected? Let's see. Yes, that's good. I think it's still freaking out. So I don't think it's a connectivity thing. It's hard for me to like just see, it kind of has to happen naturally. All right, test. I mean, maybe. I don't know, we'll see. But we have a for loop here, right? For var. Hopefully we're not already in a for loop. I feel like we might be, but it probably doesn't use I. It probably uses like X and Z. We might not be in a for loop. We might not be, because that's outside of there. Okay, it might be safe to use I. I mean, I can change the variable name, obviously, but all right. For var I equals 0, I is under 4, I plus plus. And we're going to try to reorganize this. And you know what? Instead of doing that, we're going to have chunk sub entities. We're still going to have a loop probably eventually, but we're going to be changing where we're pushing this initially, because that'd be an easy calculation to make. Yeah. So we're going to have 4 chunk sub entities for each type of, for each thing. I don't know. So here we're also going to have a for loop. I guess I'll leave those comments out. It doesn't really matter. For var, and I don't need to do this. I can do it manually. Basically, we just want to have 4 arrays here, so this is fine. I guess I could also pass this through as a note. I don't need that note really, so we'll just get rid of it. So we have 4 arrays in an array, right? And then we'll just like assign, like one is going to be 0, 1, 2, 3, or 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, and 1, 1, whatever. It doesn't really matter the order as long as we're using that same order consistently, right? So then chunk sub entities, when we're pushing, we need to decide which one we want to push to based off our X, Y, and Z positions, right? So I'm not exactly sure what that code will be, but it'll be, pushing this to our I, right? Hopefully I is okay to use again. It's a bit iffy because we have, I is used. We're going to call this our, I don't know. I mean, we could just do J. What the hell do I want to call this? You know what? Instead of doing that, let's not have it be an array, and we're going to instead have, like, I guess, top left, top left, top right, bottom left, bottom right. I guess that would work. And then each of those, that would be fine. Let's have this like as our P. So like our pause. I don't know what I want to call it. Fine. Top left. Can do north. Yeah. Like north. I guess we'd start with northwest, right? Northeast. That'd be fine-ish. Or we can do like pause 0 0, pause 0 1, pause 1 0, and pause 1 1. I guess that'd be fine as well, right? It doesn't really matter. Well, I guess this is good. Yeah, this is nice because then how we calculate on X and Z, we can use that calculation to create the name that we're calling, right? And the order doesn't matter or anything. Yeah, that'd be nice. We need 1 1, right? Okay. So now in chunks of entities, when we push to it, we're going to be pushing to pause, right? Then some sort of thing that we're creating here, right, are like our X adjust, right? And then, whoops. Another underscore. And then our Z adjust. And just because, JavaScript is weird with adding, you can mix numbers and text, right? And, numbers and strings, right? And it doesn't really ever make sense. If you add 0, does that always give us 0, or does that sometimes do nothing with a string? Because obviously you shouldn't be able to do these. We should have types and everything, but JavaScript is really weird and stupid. But I just want to test if we had like pause, right, plus 0. Okay, hopefully that will always give us 0 and not do something weird. But I'm adding that extra string there because I just feel like that's a bit safer. I know it doesn't really make sense, but I want to do that. Okay, so that would generate our thing, right? And then when we're sending chunks of entities later on, we need to again loop for each one of those. But we need to calculate this X adjust and Z adjust, right, correctly. So hopefully, I feel like that might already be getting used. Whoops, fucking that up. Let's see if this is like already defined. It's gonna like hate me. Okay, it's not. That's good. So our var X adjust is something, and our var Z adjust is something, and there should be a fairly easy way for me to test this, right? If our X is over our chunk size, then we should just be able to add that. And if our Z is over our chunk size, should just be able to add that. So, in theory, we can just say our X over chunk size, And it might be like a little bit off by one error, and we have to say like chunk is over or equal to chunk size or something like that, you know. But we'll have to test that out near the seams and then off the seams. Good thing we have our shader now that we can find out exactly where the seams are. But if it's over chunk size, then 1, right? How do we do this? How do we do that shorthand? Hold on. So it's like that, and then 1, otherwise 0, right? I think that's written correctly. And we're going to do the same thing here. Hey, guinea guy, how you doing? That uptime is much lower because I had to take like an hour break because something came up and I got a phone call and I had to drop everything. But I've been streaming much longer than that. There was just like an hour-ish break in between then. But I'm working on optimizations, guinea guy, and it's going pretty well. How long I've been streaming? Well, I don't know exactly. I wish I could just look at uptime, right? Let's see. I started at 2:39 a.m. Now it's 3:11 p.m. So that is over 12 hours, but we had, I don't know exactly how long the break was. It might have been over an hour. I'm not exactly sure. It might have been an hour and a half. So I'm not exactly sure. All right, so we have, let me show guinea guy real quick. I mean, it looks a little bit like shit because we have these shaders right now that are like helping me figure stuff out. Also, I'm spamming the shit out of console, which isn't helping anything. But I promise you, things are optimized. I just can't show you exactly right now. 24-hour stream now. No way. I might, well, we'll see. I might end it soon. It depends if my girlfriend's awake because she says she's gonna go take a nap, but if she couldn't fall asleep, then maybe we'll go spend some time with her. But if she is asleep, I'm not going to annoy her and wake her up or anything. Okay, so we have our X adjust, D adjust, and then those should be basically calculating correctly. And then here, it should be pretty easy to do, actually. It should be pretty nice. Could be almost done, in fact. So we're doing chunks of entities. We're posting our message, right? We have this loop here. We have I being used twice, so we don't want to do that. But this is going to be our, I don't know, our pause, I'll call it. So I'm optimizing our chunk generation. I'm optimizing our initial load time. I'm optimizing a lot of things. Unfortunately, I did have to do one small change recently that made our kind of chunk generation kind of slower, especially for low load, because there's kind of a weird balance of like the more web workers you create, it has to load all those files and it's really slow and it sucks. And if I just have fewer web workers, it helps with that. But then having fewer web workers also, you know, doesn't generate as much stuff for us then. So I don't know. But I'm optimizing like everything. Initial load time of like just getting the game loaded off of the loader, and then after that, after we enter into the world, the initial chunk generation time, all of that, and then just overall optimization. There's a thing with web workers, I forget what it's called, but there's modules which I was trying to look into and I didn't understand it, so I had to abandon it. But maybe that's something we want to use. You can specify web worker types, and there's classic and there's module, which I didn't know, but I didn't know how to work with that. It allows you to share specific types of data across workers. Okay, that would be good. So you don't have to send all the model data to each worker. That'd be good. So maybe we should do that. Maybe that's one of the things we'll do, and then we could have the best of both worlds, where we could have more workers, but we don't have to load each one's files over and over, right, for each worker. So we'll have to look at that once I get this working, guinea guy. All right, so we have our chunks of entities. The length, right? So this is going to be different. This is going to be like, we're just going to call it this chunks of entities. I don't know if that's keyboard's still freaking out. Okay, what the fuck? Even with me moving my dongle, so I just need to buy a new keyboard and I can't afford one, so that sucks. I could look for that old keyboard if I could find it and see if that one works good enough. Maybe it's the dongle that I need a new dongle. I don't know. don't know what's making it freak out. Needs to be typed arrays, so it only works with texture / number arrays. That still might be okay, maybe. That kind of sucks because then we have to, like, you know, prepare all the messages, you know, basically encode all the messages and then decode all the messages. But might be okay. All right, so we have this chunk subentities, and we need to define what that is. So that is going to be based off our position, right? So this chunk subentities, hold on, do I want to do it that way? No. Yes, no. We don't want to do it that way. We want to have this where we are setting up something like this, or have pause, right? And then we have our X adjust and our Z adjust, right? So it's pause plus X adjust plus keyboard. Come on, man. You can do it. Z adjust. And then we just need to calculate what this would be. Do we even need to do that? No, it's already calculated for us, right? So we just need to have a for loop, right? We just need a loop 4 times. We don't even need it doesn't matter what it's called. I mean, yeah, that's fine. We can call it pause. It doesn't matter what it's called. Is that right? No, that's not right, because we have to have these set as different things. I guess it still doesn't really matter what it's called, but this keyboard. I'm just gonna call these pause adjusts, and I guess we'll have 0, 0, right? I guess that's how I want to do it. I don't know. There's probably a better way to do this. It doesn't even matter the order that we have these. 0, 1, and then 1, 0, and then 1, 1. And then we also need to subtract that off of our chunk X and Z. But let's have this here. Wow, Nightbot just spammed 3 messages. Right? And then our X adjust is var pause adjusts at pause. These names are kind of shitty, I know. That's our X adjust. When will it stop? Nobody knows. Holy shit. Why? I can't do it. I guess I gotta find that old keyboard and see if that's even an improvement. And then if it's not an improvement, I guess that means, like, the dongle. I need a new Bluetooth dongle. I don't know. All right. Well, there's our Z adjust. There's our X adjust. Then we need to grab that X adjust and Z adjust, and add our chunk size to that based off our X and Z adjusted, I think, right? So that is chunk size times that. Just want to make sure chunk size is the right thing to be calling, and just make sure that makes sense. Yes. Pretty sure. Yeah. So in here, it's this for our X, and then here, it's this for our Z. And then hopefully I didn't fuck anything up and I understand the issue, and this will just automatically work. I'm going to look through chunk subentities again just a little bit more to make sure there's nothing weird going on. Unfortunately, I do send these all out at the same exact time, so it's basically sending them all in the same frame and receiving them probably all in the same frame. That's a bit unfortunate, but as long as the overhead for it isn't, like, terrible, maybe I can have it so we have a queue for just this. That would work. Wherever I'm logging that, I want to get rid of that log message. I don't know if it's still there. Keyboard is freaking out. Okay, so that's on line 268 of, I believe, this file. Yeah, 268. Is there any logging going around here? Doesn't look good. So I probably got rid of the log message. That's good. So now let's do a hard refresh. And then hopefully this is much better. Right. But I'll show beginning guy. It's not going to be a perfect demo of this, but you should tell that load times are better for everything. Performance is better for everything. I still have some things a bit weird. Also, what the fuck is happening here? Is that still loading? Yeah, I guess it was still loading those files from the web worker. But you can see we instantly see sub-entities. We instantly see terrain. No giant, really, really long lag spikes. You know, it's not bad. Since I am reducing the web workers, we have some issues a little bit. Terrain is a weird one. But yeah, it's much better. We have fewer draw calls, fewer buffer datas. Let's see if this worked with our new code. Okay, that worked, which is great. I don't know if the rebuffer worked though. Let's try this one. Oh, right. It doesn't work in red. It works in the colored one. I knew that. Okay, so it might not be fully fixed yet. I think I have a couple ideas of why that might be. Although it's not working here either. Maybe we are waiting for... Oh, wait, we have errors. Whoops. Length of undefined. Shit. No wonder it's not working. That's chunk builder line 274. Probably just... Yeah. Why is that? Chunk sub entities. I suppose I should also define the same thing up here. Even though we're redefining it in MoStack, but just in case, yeah, that shouldn't be necessary, but just in case, we should have that, I guess, be the same up there. I don't even know what's going on with that. All right, but here we have this. And then here, we're doing it off of that. So we can log, maybe it's not doing 0 and 1, but it definitely should be, right? Zero, 1, 2, 3. We have 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, 1, 1. That should be right. So it's saying length of undefined, right? So that's telling me that it's saying that there is no chunk subentities that. But within the same function, we're defining this here. We're using this here. So in theory, it's not getting a 0 or 1 in those positions. It's getting something weird. Or I'm like setting that up wrong. Did I just forget like an underscore? No. Let's, I guess, log more stuff, right? We'll log this and see what this shows even. But it didn't, I think this is going to work some of the time, but not all the time. Oh, my keyboard. What the fuck? Hold on. Sometimes if I like press the power button on it, right? Hold on. I'm going to hold the power button. Try to turn it back on, see if this helps. But I think the feature I was thinking was shared array buffer, but apparently it has been disabled in JavaScript because of Spectre. What does that mean? But you can't do it anymore, I guess, because of reasons that I don't understand. Okay, so did I refresh? I don't think I did, right? I don't think so. So let's refresh. So we're logging now, you know, this, which should exist, but, you know, maybe it doesn't. Maybe there's something weird going on there. Maybe, I don't know. We'll find out. So no errors immediately. And then this loads up. Probably have to wait for, oh no, we don't even have to wait for it. That's good. Okay. Still no errors. That's great. Let's see what I'm console logging though. Okay, so that looks correct. My keyboard might be freaking out again, but it might also just be, I don't know, my game or something. Okay, so that looks correct. We can't, there are no sub-entities still for those. And now let's try over here. There's a sub-entity in the not red zone, right? Okay, so that worked. We do have errors again, though. Okay, hold on. We have errors. Can't pause. It kind of sucks. Okay, chunk sub-entities push is not a function. That's under village, right? Interesting. Ooh, okay. I didn't think of that. All right, let's see how many places we're calling chunk sub-entities. Hopefully that's like one of the only other places, but if it's all over the place, we're gonna have to be a little bit more careful about how we specify things. This fucking keyboard. All right, hold on. No more keyboard. But I don't know what's the best way to do this. Oh, it was a CPU vulnerability found in 2018. Okay. I don't want to use my other keyboard, especially because I can't use the control key. Okay, maybe I have to. Hold on. Fuck this. Close this. Don't save. Did the same thing again. Oh, god damn it. Fuck this. Turn off the keyboard before I break everything. Alright, using really shitty keyboard. Damn it. Alright, let's see if I can even see what we were last working on here. Okay, so this here. And then we had some stuff with Village, and I was trying to do a search with this. Alright, so we have it in Chunk Builder. We have it in Grass Builder. I don't know if that should be okay. That's a completely separate thing. We have it under Property, and we have it under Small Structure, and we have it under Village. Okay, that's it. So that's not that bad. In theory, yeah, in theory we can send a different message through to there to say like our current chug sum entities or something to push to, or something along those lines. And in theory that should be for the lowest lot always. I'm not actually sure of that. I mean, it's okay to, I guess, push it multiple times. Okay, so that's not the issue here. We don't have to log that, right? We can disable those chunk sub-entities for a little bit and just see if things work, but they don't appear to be working, so I don't think that's the issue anyway. I still don't look at this length thing. That one doesn't really make sense though. I guess, I guess if it's breaking, yeah, here, then it's like maybe breaking it so it doesn't have a length as well after that. This happens first, I guess. I don't know. So when we try to push, like it breaks the entire array maybe, and then it no longer has a length. I'm not sure. It should always have a length, but maybe, you know, this is stopping that. All right, so it's like 4 files, right, that we have to look through, or I guess just 3 more really, since we did the first one, and it's just a couple places in those files where we have this. I also don't know how to do a search because this keyboard, everything's different on this keyboard. Why shouldn't like F3 do the same thing? How do I do F3? Okay, because we're not doing it that way. Okay, I opened the wrong village file, I think. We want... Is this the one I had open? I don't even know. Okay, this is the right one. How many instances of this do we have? What is the best way to fix this? What's going on outside my window? Okay. This is so annoying not doing all these places, and it won't even fix it. So I kind of just want to disable on these files temporarily our chunks of entity stuff. So we just I want to find every instance of this, right? And then just, it's annoying that's not a one-liner on this one, but that's okay. I'm just gonna like comment, right? And then we're gonna have a comment before that. Just gonna say temp disable, all one word, it's fine, right? And then I think this is the only one that's not a one-liner, so we just have to do that. Okay, save that. Let's go to, I think small structure was another one that we're doing that with, right? Hopefully fewer instances of that. Yeah, only 2 places, right? So in here, temp disable, right? And then space sure. Oh, before I did that, right? Okay. And then what was the other file? I don't remember. I think it was a building. Let's see. I don't know how to do this, do I? Okay, there we go. So chunk builder, which we should be working with. Grass builder, which is separate. Oh, property. Property was the one. Right. And that should be it, right? Yep. Okay, so let's open up that file. Property. Find this. Only doing it twice. That's great. Temp disable. Okay. Now, I don't really think this will fix it, but it will help me, pinpoint without having all these different places what's going wrong here. I think that'll do a hard refresh. It's hard to know because this keyboard, like all the controls don't make any sense. I can only use my right control key. I can't use my left control key. I can't use F3. It's so confusing. Excuse me. Okay, so far no errors. That's great. That subentity is working, so that's good. But we expected that one to work. Not so sure about this one though. That's the one that that's in a red zone, right? So but that one worked. So maybe it is working. It's just taking a while to rebuffer the ones outside of that 2x2 chunk. Let's see if that consistently can work if I walk away from it. And we still have a length of undefined issue. Okay. So that fixed most of the errors, right, by disabling those bits. But here, we're getting length of undefined sometimes. So they're saying this whole object is undefined. We know the x-adjust and z-adjust are outputting correctly because I was logging that. And seemingly at least all of those were correct, it looked like. Maybe there was like one that I could miss because it's not necessarily going to break. So since we have 3 different threads, it's not going to break and then it'll be the last thing in console. I guess I could try to do like a try catch thing and then like run debugger and stuff. But I don't really want to do that. So this is the line that we have the error, right? Let's just check on that. Same thing, yes. So this, sometimes this is undefined, but not always, maybe. So what is up with that? If those are always 0, 1, which they definitely should be because we're defining them right above it, and this is being defined basically right above it, how could it end up ever becoming undefined? Let's look at every instance of us using this in this file, right? So it's that. Wait, what was the previous one? That's our pushing it. Okay, that's pushing it. And right this time we didn't get a push of under, or push is not, okay, we did get push function. I just didn't wait long enough. So we still have that issue where it's not seeing that as an array. This is defining them as array. This is defining them as an array. We're just doing that a bit above, so that should always exist. And this is always choosing 0 or 1, right? No matter what, that's the only two options. So no matter what, even if it chooses the wrong combination, it's a valid combination because we have every combination of 0 and 1 for that. So how could that ever not be an array? We're defining it basically immediately after that, then using it, but then somehow something in between is breaking it. I mean, I guess it is possible that something in between is breaking it. You'd think we get an error on that line that was breaking it though, but we're not. Let's look again a little bit more carefully this time. Where else we're calling chunk sub entities. Grass builder definitely should not be. Property, we disabled those. Small structure, we disabled not all of those. Okay, that was a mistake. Disabled 2 of the 3. Okay, so now that should be correct. Okay, so again, we look through all chunk builder, grass builder separate, properties, those are all disabled. Small structure, now those are all disabled. So maybe that was breaking it. Terrain builder definitely should not be. Utils, that's a debug thing. That should be okay. And we have temp shitcode right in there, so it shouldn't be that. Village, disabled. Hold on one second. Disabled, right? Disabled. Okay, so maybe it was just that one line in small structure that was breaking things, hopefully. So now if we do a hard refresh, I mean, it's still probably not doing what we want, but as long as we get rid of hopefully all the errors, then we're okay. And then we need to figure out why it's still not using the subentities in the right chunks that we expect to. But first, bumping the microphone. First, getting rid of the errors. Hopefully. And there's like this weird delay to when it errors. Like it definitely doesn't do it right away. I don't know if it's when I start picking subentities. In theory, it was in that case. Okay, so we still have this error, which means we also should get the push is not a function thing error in a little bit. I don't know when that decides to fire. But like, why only once? Like, this should be happening so frequently, but it just happens once. Okay, so we're not getting the push issue. I can pick that subentity. Now let's see if I can do this one. Okay, so we might have actually fixed maybe a lot of what was going on. Maybe. Let's try this red one. We do have to walk. If it's not rebuffering correctly, we do have to walk 4 units or 4 chunks out. So that might be why it's not working a second time, right? And I don't know what's going on with the rebuffering yet, so we have to look at that. But I feel like I walked far enough, and now these ones are still not ding. So it's like it has a weird. But then that one worked. A weird. That should be the same. Wait, maybe I don't have. I have a pick function on these. I don't remember. I'm pretty sure I do though. Okay, some things I want to test over here. Can I pick this? Maybe you can't pick this type of fern. I really thought you could. Yeah, you can. So it's weird and random. Maybe the ones that they're not working on is the one that had that length of undefined. Oh, and it is firing more than once, but it's still very infrequent. I want to see, because I wasn't watching that count. I want to see if it's firing every time we pick something, I guess. So it's 7. And then I gotta find something that's pickable because I don't know. Oh, and now that just fired 128 times. That's fucking weird. And yeah, it's not relative to, it's not based off our clicks or picks. Okay, so it was like very, very slow, right? Only doing a couple, and then 128 times it failed. So it's, our message is mouse static, right? That makes sense. And then this is undefined, right? For some weird reason, even though if we look at the code, it's being defined just like 100 lines up and nothing should be changing in between, right? It's definitely being defined right here. So something is changing it in between there. I don't know what. And this time it's not complaining about push this time. It might eventually. But if we look at console, yeah, it's not complaining about push anymore, but it is complaining about the length. So in theory, this is working now. We fixed this part, but then something else, right? When we're pushing that, when we're doing that message, right? Wherever that is, over here. It doesn't like the length, but seemingly only some of the time. And then other times it's okay with it. Also, I guess it's not breaking the web worker because it wouldn't. If it was breaking the web worker, it wouldn't be able to fire 588 times because we don't have 588 different web workers. So fucking weird. I guess I can do a try catch, right? And just see. Then we can more easily, when it's failing, log the right values. Because we can't just do a console log before, because since we have different things that are all async and running at different ways, we can't just look at the most recent value, really. I guess I could. If I was looking at all messages, maybe I could. I guess it should be the one right before it. All right, let's do that again. It's kind of sucks because it happens so infrequently, and we're gonna be logging lots of shit in the meantime. So try catch still might be better. So let's do a try catch, right? I don't use them too often, but it should be as simple as try, right? And then I don't think if I could spell try, I don't think you have to do that, right? You just do that. I don't do these too often, right? And then our catch, just so we can like just log the right thing. It's still gonna break further down probably because it's not gonna have length. And do we even need length? Yeah, we do need length. I guess our catch, we'll define this as 0, so we should be fine, right? So this keyboard is making me copy and paste very awkwardly. Our length, we will first define as 0, and then our try will redefine it, and then you honestly forgot JavaScript had try catch. You know everything about JavaScript. How could you forget? This keyboard is so terrible and so mushy and just ugh. Okay. And then I could do the error thing, but we don't really need anything there. What I'm mostly concerned about is, because you hate try catch. I mean, yeah, it's bad, but it's good for debugging, right? In theory, hopefully this gives me some amount of information. All right. I'm going to do the whole right click copy paste because this keyboard is terrible and I have to use my right control to do anything, to use a control, so it sucks. I can try my other keyboard too, my other wired one, which is also awful. I want to find my other wireless one, but I don't fucking know where it is. Okay, so let's just log that. And you know what, I'll do it as a console. I don't know, warn, sure, just so it doesn't make a difference. But just so I know what's going on. And I'm also just going to, I don't know. I'm just gonna write, just so I can like really ID this message, right? And we can filter it too. I'm just gonna write our catch, something like that, right? It doesn't make a difference, but it's gonna make me hopefully see this better in console and know what's going on. All right, so I want to look at those two values and just see what's going on with that. There's probably other things I should be logging, but let's just start out with those two values and then see if I learn anything. And then if I don't, or if I do, just try other values that I probably want to be logging to be more helpful. Okay, so it's catching it actually immediately, which is weird because it wasn't. Am I not using try catch properly? I don't think I'm doing try catch properly. Hold on, how do you do try catch? Because I don't think there would have been an error. Because we weren't getting errors that frequently before. Hold on. JS try catch. It looks like I am using it correctly, which is strange because we were not having the same issue before. Also, it still doesn't make sense because these are all correct. Position 1, 0, position 1. Oh. Okay, it's good that I logged that. It's just one little fucking typo where I forgot an underscore on the definition. For which one? Right here. Right there. Missing a fucking underscore, which means it's probably also here. Yeah. Okay. Now whether or not this will help, I don't really know. Whether or not this will fix things. Hopefully. Why was that not firing more before and now it is? I don't really know. So let's look at where we're doing our try catch. I guess I could leave it in there still. Yeah, let's just leave it in there still. Obviously, we don't want to leave it in there forever, but until I have this fully figured out, we're going to leave it in there. Because if it's not catching an exception, it's not really doing anything anyway. And if it is, then I kind of want to know about it, right? Okay, so very good. So now if I pick this, that works. That's great. Maybe I can do more than one because we're rebuffering and maybe it's just all good and perfect. Let's try this one. Okay, maybe not perfect, but that could be due to rebuffering, which I did not look into yet. Okay, I mean, I still think we have an improvement, I think, and I think because if we get rid of all that special code where we're not doing ones for outside the red, it would, I believe, never work inside red. Now we have a weird thing that I hope if I walk 2 chunks away on a certain axis, right? Because they're 2 by 2 chunks for our larger thing. Let's see if it just works every time. Okay, so that worked that time. Going to try to do 2 chunks away. So this should be 2 chunks away. It should be a new one now. I'm gonna do that again. Okay, that worked. That's good. So that just means maybe rebuffering is not working, which is okay. So I'm gonna go 3 chunks so we're in a not red zone, right? Okay, so this is 3 chunks. Let's see if this one works. Okay, good. I'm gonna test on the other axis now. Wait, now I forgot which way I'm walking. Shit. All right, whatever. I think it's working. I think the thing that isn't working now is just it's not rebuffering them. Maybe it would if we wait long enough, right? So to test this out, right, I picked one on this chunk. So we're gonna give it a while. I don't think this is going to work even waiting, but I'm gonna just give it a little bit of time. Let's see if it retrieves some sort of data that it is waiting for. If we look at this though, like, oh, I guess it could if it went to the end of that thing. We're like 100 seconds behind. I guess we could have to wait for that. We're not prioritizing it at all right now. When we have multiple web workers on there, that might, help with things, but we want to prioritize it. Which might be a bit difficult. What I'll probably have to do is have our own rebuffer. It sucks because we have to load all those files again, right? And that causes it to have a longer initial load time. Once you're in the world, it's fine, and it'll be nice and it'll be faster. But the initial load time will be slower. Before you even get into the game with that blue circle, that goes in. So I'm gonna wait for chunk creation time to be basically done, which it looks like it is. And now I'm gonna see if I can do this. Yes, I can. Okay, so we know what the issue is, which means there's like barely any issue. It's just that we don't have a dedicated worker for rebuffers. I probably should. I could create it. It won't be that bad to have one more worker. Right, so a couple things I want to do. I want to combine our high and medium level of detail chunk workers, right? And then I want to have at least one extra for our lowest LOD. And then we also want to have one for rebuffers. So first I'm going to combine our medium and high because that should be really easy to do. So that should be as simple as, let's see if I could do, can't use that control. God damn it. Hold on. Keyboard is terrible. Got 2 shitty keyboards here. Okay, so we want to start out with, that distracted me, and now I don't remember exactly what file I want it to go to. Something with our web workers, right? What file is that in that I want to mess with in our creation of them, and then also where we're calling them in static, but in our creation should be in a init, right? That's not bad. Our LODs, we're going to start at, we're going to go up to, so we're just going to 1 and 2, right? However, we kind of want to have an extra one at 0. So this is not the best way to do this. Instead, I'm just going to have this like call our LODs, right? I kind of just want to, we don't have that many, so we don't need this for loop here, and I could kind of do them manually and be fine. So I'm going to have this, I know this is kind of shit code. Go ahead and use the command. But just to like organize my thoughts, right? I want to just like really just write this out explicitly, right? So we're going to have one that I don't know what I want to name, our chunk builder LOD. And we don't need, do we need index? We don't really need index, but I'll have that here. What the fuck is this for? Just our index in general. I don't know what that's for. We're probably not even using that value. And then I'm going to copy this and paste it. All right. So this is going to be for our, I'm going to call this our LOD underscore 0, no, underscore 1 underscore 2. So it's for LOD 1 and 2, index 0. Probably only need the index because we only have one of them, but it's fine. Now this is for our LOD, our LOD 0 index 0. I don't know how many we want to have, but I'll do 2 to start out with. Right. And then I also probably want to have paste. So it's going to be for index 1. And I guess I went on 1 there. I'm not really sure. I don't think we're using that value anyway. This is going to change our max load by 1, right? Because we're adding 1 for rebuffer. We're going to just call this chunk builder rebuffer. I might do some special things with that so it's even higher priority. So the buffers per frame, it does that instantaneously. No matter what, we might still have to wait a little while, but we won't have to wait. You know, several seconds to several hundreds of seconds. All right, so it's our chunk builder rebuffer. I guess no index on there. That all looks good. I think that's all right. It's worker. Yeah, I don't know if we ever use these last 3 values, to be honest. I might have had a reason for that at the time. Maybe we still are somewhere, but I don't remember. So we have these 4 that I wrote out manually. It's fine. It's fucking keyboard. I can't use left control. All right, so we have this. And then we're not going to do rebuffer yet. I'm going to mostly focus on these 3. Oh, and then in our UI file, we just need to add 1 more to our magic number here that I will fix eventually, but not yet. And then in static, where we choose what worker we have, right? Control F, worker. Do we not? I fixed all the issues with, right? Yeah, so I fixed all the issues. Oh, but the only thing is I have stuff disabled. That's I was trying to remember what I had to do still, but we have stuff disabled. Okay, so if the LOD, if the LOD is basically, if the LOD is not 0, then we can treat it as something else. We also probably want a special code for rebuffer, but like I said, we're not doing that yet. And here we have to use something else where we choose a different one, a different index based off, you know, we'll just do every other one. We could do it, so there's a few ways to do it, it doesn't matter, but let's just see how I want to do this. Hold on. So this is for our LOD 0. How did I write that out? I don't remember. Hold on. Okay, I do have an underscore in between there, right? Yes. So LOD 0, index 0. We could just use that. But we want to also, you know, be using that secondary one so it goes through it faster. This is our I think I'm calling it 1_2, but I need to make sure of that. Yeah, so 1_2 index 0. And then this is not exactly right. We're going to have to multiply chunk size. All right, so if we grab this, and we just write var index. I know we already defined it above, but this is new. And then I think we just need to multiply size by 2 because they're larger now. Then just mod 2 should be fine. And then here, just want to have index. And hopefully that correctly uses the right ones. If it's not that big of a deal, but hopefully it does. So that should be all good, as just not the rebuffer stuff. Do we have rebuffer here? We do. So in theory, we can just say if rebuffer, I don't know what 2 is. Why 2? What is the different types of rebuffers? Hold on. Versus 1 and 0 should be nothing, but why? What's the difference between 1 and 2 for this? Oh, that's annoying. Rebuffer and pre-buffer are the same word. I guess if I am case sensitive, that should be okay because pre-buffer is camel cased. So case sensitive. Search. I guess it is 2. I'm not really sure why. I'm assuming we have another state that's 1. Maybe there's a good reason for it. I don't know. It's not super important. But we will just say here, I suppose, this will be an else if. And this is if rebuffer is 2, then we will use the rebuffer worker. And that should really help with things. We will, our initial load time will be slightly slower. Because we have 1 extra web worker now. But let's try this out. Am I logging stuff I don't want to log? Probably. Okay. So this all goes along with the initial load. It's still I'm going to wait for it. I mean, yes, I could go, we'll just go straight into the world. But we are waiting. That's what that async thing is. We are waiting for those web workers to initialize. And then there we go, they did. So it's slightly slower, but still not quite as long as we had it before. Okay, post message of undefined. So that's not great. Static line 137. Okay, so that's saying our worker name. Oh, that's on this dot worker name. Whoops. Am I doing that wrong? Okay, hold on. So I think I just did var worker name all the time instead of this dot worker name, and I wanted to do this dot worker name, but I want to undo a little bit just to make sure 100% that's what we were doing before. No. Oh, because we're binding it. So no, it's not. That's not the reason. It's this dot worker name because it's on a timeout, so I had to bind it. So that's not the reason. Wait, what line was it on? If I left this here, no, that's right. Okay, let's see what line that failed on again. So that was right. Okay, it doesn't tell us which one is the wrong one. So one of these I probably named wrong. Be right back. Okay. Hopefully that's what I did wrong. So let's go back to our init file where we're creating them. Let me look at rebuffer. Okay, rebuffer looks like I named that correctly. And then we have lod 0, index 0 and 1, lod 0, index 0 and 1. And then our lod 1, 2, index 0, lod 1, 2, index 0. So those workers should be defined. but we can again do like a try catch or something to figure out what's failing with this. Oh, I did spell rebuffer wrong. Did I do that both places? Okay, so that could be where it failed, but it shouldn't really require a rebuffer because we shouldn't be doing a rebuffer until I like edit the world, right? But maybe I made another typo that I didn't see, right? So that was typoed. Let's just copy this, right? To really like make sure it's right. See if there's any change here. I don't think so. Okay, so that one's right. I kind of just want to paste this in here real quick just to like, okay, so that should be right. And index, maybe we're not setting our index right, but it, you know, if we're doing mod 2, no, but we're doing absolute. I was gonna say if it's negative, then that would break it, but we're doing absolute. So if we're doing mod 2, the only two solutions, as long as it's possible, as long as it's positive, the only two returns results possible should be 0 or 1, right? I guess if it's not an integer, that's not true then. But it should be an integer. But I guess since I'm doing something crazy with this, maybe that's why it's failing. And in fact, maybe I want to be dividing size since I'm dividing it here. Yeah, maybe I want to be dividing by 2. And that's why that failed, because it ended up being a float. Just in case we have some weird issues with floating point precision, because I always worry about that, I'm going to do math.round here, right? On maybe the entire result. Yeah, on the I guess it shouldn't really matter. I could do it here or I can do it there, but we'll do it on the entire result. Should I do it on the? No, let's not do it on the entire result. Let's just do it here before we do mod on it. Okay, so I think I might have been doing that wrong at the size. So now I'm not 100% sure. Let me think. Is that right? Hopefully. We're going to find out. Okay, so we're going to close all these. I reload it. Hopefully no errors this time. If we have an error, I will start logging what those values are choosing. But no errors so far, so that's great. So in theory, now that we have a dedicated rebuffer thing, as long as I'm doing that correctly, I should be able to. Maybe not. Maybe it's still. Oh well. Yeah, but maybe we don't have the lowest LOD yet for that one. That would, I guess, make sense. So you can see these our medium and high LODs were a bit slower this time, but that's because we are merging that into one web worker instead of 2, right? Instead of having their own. And then hopefully our LOD 0 won't get up quite as large before it starts dropping. I think we got to about a little over 100, which we're already over half of that. So I was hoping we'd have half of what we need. However, if I'm not doing that calculation correctly for swapping between the two workers, then it's still doing everything on one, and we just have one that's not doing anything. I'm not sure if I have that that little algorithm, that little line of code calculating that out correctly. So if this is not doing the right thing and it's choosing the wrong one, we could have one that's being used correctly and then one that's like basically just there and we loaded it up for no reason and not even being used. So we'll have to figure that out eventually. But I want to wait for this to go through all of its data. Yeah, I think I probably programmed that wrong. Only for this to go through all of its data, and then I want to. Then we show chunk subentity data, and then we can hopefully use the rebuffer once we have all of the static entity data near us. And then with that, I should be able to just manipulate the world all I want. Okay, so looks like we're done. Let's see if this works. Not a great start. Okay, so I'm struggling to edit any of them. Let's open up console. Shit. I can't press F12 to open up console. Why don't I? Okay, I'll just use my other keyboard and just do it for just that, right? That should work, right? Other keyboard, hopefully turn on. Wireless keyboard, come on. Turn on, please. Okay, there we go. F12. Okay. Right, so let's just see what's here. I was hoping it would be firing something with rebuffer, but it's not. See if we can just magically find one that I can manipulate, even though it really doesn't seem like I can do that with any. Even if it's not in a red zone, I don't think it's working. Although all I see, okay, this is not red zone here. Not a whole lot of entities here, but I think I'd probably be able to pick that one. So not the best biome to be testing this thing, so I'm not sure if I can pick all of those entities, and that's all you really get in that biome. The stuff over here should be working, and it's not. So I messed up a little bit of stuff. Okay, so what is up with that? Right, because even so, it's not getting the sub entities back. It doesn't look like. Why would that be? Well, since we are going to be changing things, I want to get rid of this divided by 2. I thought this would make it so it wastes half of them, but I'm kind of curious now if that seems like, so again, like it takes about 100 seconds to go, 120 really this time, to go generate all of the LODs without moving, right? So let's try that again with that new code. I'm not fixing the subentity error, but let's try this and see if we are utilizing, hopefully now, both web workers, and then that 120 is now more like around 60 because it, double the workers, half the time, right? Okay, so let's look at that. I mean, already, like, at least like immediately around the player, you immediately see the terrain, the subentities. I mean, yeah, it's a bit shit, and it'd be nice to have more web workers, but the initial load time is just a little bit higher, before we get into the world. So balancing that is no fun. But having the fewer web workers, it basically generates the world fast enough. So hopefully soon this will reach its peak. I feel like it's not, and I feel like it's still wrong. But in about 10-ish seconds, hopefully it did everything. Doubt it. Okay, so we're past 60 seconds, and it's still going. Up to 70. So I don't know what combination we need there to have that work. but in theory, once I have the math figured out in there, it should have that load. I mean, at least the bottleneck is on the worker, so it's not going to slow down the main thread really, so that's fine. It'd be nice to do it across more threads, and I don't think we're doing that, but I don't know, we'll see. Yeah, so we're about 100, so it should go to about 120 again, plus or minus a few seconds, and finish. So we're about 10 seconds away from that. I gotta make someone eat soon. And this is mostly, okay, yeah, so 115 seconds was the highest value, and then it started dropping, and now it's completed everything. The only reason we have that dip is because this was, up to this line was the entire initial load of the world, and then I walked around a little bit, so the stuff that happened after the initial load was my bit of walking around there. But yeah, 115 seconds, so that made no difference. So I'm not spreading it across two workers, I don't think. I just got to figure out what the code is for that. But yeah, still sub-entities. I made them worse somehow. How did I manage? I don't know. So what did I change? I think all I changed was our web workers, I think, right? To get from what was broken to what's working now. Did I change anything? No, I don't think I changed anything else. So why would that break it? Unless I changed something else and I don't remember. But I don't think so. So as long as we're seeing entities, which we are, we should also be retrieving sub-entity data. But, or in theory, not. Maybe this is not firing at all and it's not doing any load logs, but I'm pretty sure it is because we can see some sub-entities out pretty far, and that would be, I mean, ignore that biome because that biome has issues. But you know, seeing a tree that far away, that should be the lowest lot, so we are using it. Everything is just so close to working. Yeah, so why, I'm just trying to think, if I really did just change this, why would that break it? It doesn't really make sense. Really shouldn't be breaking it. I can force, like, you could try to force it drawing just log 0 again, right? And see if everything's there. Maybe it's not, and that would explain why we're missing areas. That would actually kind of make some sense. Make some, yeah. I can't speak anymore. I've been streaming for I don't know how many hours today, but it hurts. So we want to, I'm losing track of what I want to do and what I'm thinking. We want to look at something about chunking sub-entities. What was I going to do? I had a thought and then I got distracted and now I don't remember. Oh, we want to, right, we want to have it so we only see lot 0 and see what that is, right? So that's part of our update function on static. We just want to re-enable these two lines and then see what we see there visually for sub-entities. We might not be able to interact with them, but just what we see. And then if it doesn't have everything, that means we're not generating all of them, which is kind of a good thing. So that means I know how to fix this. Okay, so we still see this one. This one's lot 0. So I should be able to interact with this one, but I cannot. So that is not the issue. and we should, it looks like, still see everything. So yeah, that is definitely not the issue. That is working. I wish it wasn't working, because if it wasn't, then I know how to fix it. And it really doesn't make sense unless I change something that I don't remember. Welcome back, any guy. I don't know how long ago you said that. 6 minutes ago. Whoops. So paste this back in, get our correct LODs in. It doesn't make sense unless I change something that I don't remember because I'm too tired and I'm not thinking straight. We can go back to our old workers. It's fine. And if it starts working, then we know at least what broke it. Maybe it is this value here, but let's see. Worker count. Maybe I'm forgetting something about worker counts. I thought the only place that mattered was the code that we're doing here for start X and start Z and all that, but we're not using that anymore, right? And I don't think they get used in here. No, they don't. Yeah, I really don't think I was using that anywhere else other than static. All right, we can re-enable the old code and see if that fixes it. I want to go onto this real quick so I can just grab the line, or at least look at the line. Although as long as I delete it a little bit too much by accident, I should have commented it out. So that's in static, right? That's I just removed this line when I shouldn't have. Can I copy this line? Does that work? I don't know if that works. Maybe not, but that's okay. As long as I could look at it and see what we did, then that's. I really wish you could. Can't do that, huh? So worker name is chunk builder LOD plus LOD at index. Okay, so var worker name. Ooh, I might be doing something dumb. Hold on. We're defining. That should be okay because one of those will always work, so it shouldn't be that either. You know, but we probably should be defining that outside of the conditional. But I don't think that's the issue. Right, so I'm going to go back to here. Its worker name is chunk builder LOD. Worker name is chunk builder underscore LOD. And then plus LOD and underscore index plus index. I think that was the line. Right, so that is chunk builder LOD index. I just want to again make sure that's right. If I save this now, right? Whoops. And I look at this, that line, once that refreshes, should no longer be treated as a new line, but it is. What did I do wrong? Chunk build. Okay, so let's fix that. Okay, let that refresh. I really want to make sure. Okay, that's exactly the same, so that's good. I'm going to comment out all of these lines, right? Save that, and then go over to this, comment out all of these lines, and re-enable this. Is that right? So 3 LODs, 1 worker per LOD. I think that's right. Just want to review this real quick. This is, yeah, index. No, that's not right. Hold on. So I was doing index. I was manually doing 0 each time. I mean, I kind of want to test it out again with the greater amount, right? Where we were doing 4 workers per LOD. Because yeah, it's gonna increase the initial load time, but everything else after that should be pretty damn speedy. So I kind of want to test this, and we could also see if this fixes our subentity issue. Or just I broke everything because I did something stupid. LOD is not defined init line 87. Right, what was I doing with that before? Oh, right. Before we just had it as LOD, not LODs. Okay, so we have a lot more web workers, so the initial load time. Hopefully, we can do something with the best of both worlds, where we have a lot of web workers, and also not a long load time. Maybe I'll find some sort of magical trick that will fix that. I know Guinea Guy was saying the whole, you can pass messages through, but they have to be typed arrays, and that doesn't sound fun. Okay, so this part is the log spike, right? We're waiting, and it's going to take a while for all those files. It's going to take like 20 seconds, maybe even 30 seconds for this part. So we're just waiting, and now it's going. Okay, so hopefully this does everything pretty fast. We should get through our log pretty fast. In fact, with this amount of web workers, right, it should actually outpace the buffer data queue, I believe. Maybe not. But hopefully it's at least definitely faster, hopefully. Well, actually, no. It seems slower almost on that side. What did I do wrong? Did I not do a hard refresh or something? Hold on. Because it's hard to do a hard refresh with this fucking keyboard, too. Alright, maybe we should put some stuff in console to see if it got updated. It should, though, because we had, like, the LOD stuff, so it should be updated, yeah. Okay, so I don't fully know what's going on. But that's okay in a way. Let's see if we have subentities, although I should wait for LOD 0 to finish being created. So right now, nothing here. What did I fucking change? I gotta go watch my past broadcast when I'm not extremely tired and see what I changed to make this break. Because I honestly don't know. So here, so we want to have just one here, right? One worker. And then static, we're going to overwrite index with var index is 0. And then see if that works, I guess, because this is the way I remember it working when it was working. I thought this was the only change that I made. So it should be putting us exactly back, but I want to test out. Okay, I guess I'll refresh. And this is how I remember it being when it was working, but maybe I made some sort of change and I just don't remember. Maybe I'll have to watch my past broadcasts, right? And figure that out. I don't really know. But I'm getting tired. I'm going to have to end the stream because I don't know how many hours I streamed today, but it's probably like past 13 probably. Or just too many hours of streaming for me to do in one day, talking constantly. Yeah, we had the break and that helped, and that's why I probably got to do 13 hours, but I'm burnt out right now. I need to take a break and come back tomorrow. Hopefully I can do this, fix some of this off stream, hopefully. Oh, right, the fucking loader. Forgot about that. If we just iterate the loader manually. Where was I doing that? Oh, fuck this. Hold on. UI. Iterate loading. Copy. Paste. And we did get a lot done today. Like, I optimized the shit out of this. We just have a little bug. That's one little bug. That's why it'd be nice to just finish this one little bug and then I could just be like, done. We optimize it. It's great. Yeah, 12-hour streams are definitely long enough. Okay, so let's just watch this. Hopefully this has the right code. A few hours every second day. I mean, I kind of wish I could do that, you know, in general, instead of like, you know, not streaming for 2 hours. I mean, for 2 years. Do that instead. And it always sounds so nice, you know. So if I can't dedicate 12 hours, like if I have to, like, you know, really work full time and there's not a pandemic that is making half my work go away, right? Probably more than half, really. Then, you know, it'd be really nice to basically work full time and then just, you know, some evenings, a few nights a week or whatever, just stream a couple hours. But I tried that before and it always sounds so good, and then it's like way too hard to actually do. Okay, so I want to wait for all the chunk creation time for the lowest law to be done. I wonder what else I changed. I really don't remember. But there's got to be something else I changed. I had this working perfectly, and I was just like, oh, let's change some things with some things. If I just left it alone, it was technically working 100%. It's just that we had to wait for when we clicked on an entity for it to rebuffer, and that took a while. That was the only thing wrong. And then I went and said, oh, let's change something, and I don't know what the fuck I changed. I don't remember. So given that, I guess I want to commit this stuff. I don't even know what to type. It's supposed to major optimization. I'm not going to be too descriptive. It's good enough. Let me just make sure there's not anything different. I think I fixed some bugs that I should write. I don't even remember if that was this stream or yesterday's stream. And then I have a bunch of shit disabled. Right. Wait. So if we think of that, I was pushing it. Yeah, I don't know. Hold on. I don't know what I did change. All right. Is that going to be my commit message and that's it? That's kind of pretty shitty of me, but that's basically all I did. Yeah, I'm just going to write that. Just so I can have the correct version on my laptop, right? And then, oh, I need to, hold on. Because Windows fucking sucks. I think I gotta do this. Hopefully this fixes that. God, I hate Windows. And if anybody wants to see how much I hate Windows, watch the past broadcast of the stream earlier today. The first 30 minutes of that, and me trying to configure PHP and just a simple web server on Windows, and you can see my true hatred of fucking Windows. because it's a terrible, terrible operating system. Okay, major optimizations. Hopefully I'm not having any typo in there. Commit. Hopefully it actually commits. Okay. I think I'm done here. All right. Thanks for watching, guys. Sorry, Guinea guy, that you're only catching me in like the last 30 minutes where I can barely talk and nothing's really happening, but um that's okay. There'll be another time. I'm going to probably try to fix this off stream. I'm gonna watch probably the end of my past broadcast and fix or look at what I changed because I don't remember. But hopefully I'll do it off stream. Otherwise, I'll do it on stream next stream. I also have to remember a bunch of things, so I have to try to find my other wireless keyboard for next stream and try to have the overlay maybe set up a little bit better, but well, or in any way at all. But maybe I should do it on stream. We'll see. But I need to take a break. Maybe I'll even come on later tonight. It won't be super long from now. I don't know. But thanks for watching, everyone, and have a good day.